Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Supervisor McGordy.
Here.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Here.
Supervisor Hashak.
Here.
Supervisor Jerdy.
Here.
Chair Williams.
Here. Supervisor Haschek, would you lead us in the pledge? Public expression and public comment on closed session items 6A and 6B, starting with in room. Those on Zoom can press raise hand or the telephone *9.
Good morning, Chair Williams, members of the board, CEO Antle, and County Counsel Curtis. My name is Julie Beardsley. I am president of the Mendocino County chapter of SEIU Local 1021. I have come before your board many times now to advocate for our dedicated public servants who make this county government run. And I am before you now to beg your consideration and consider the hardship that you are going to put your employees in. Your administration has asked the county employees to take a pause. By pause, they mean a wage freeze during some of the highest inflation we've seen in decades. Our county salaries lagged behind for 10 years between 2009 and 2019 until we negotiated reasonable pay increases that brought us closer to market value. You're about to undo all the gains that we've made by offering no cost of living adjustment in a time of 8% inflation, and now by proposing a 20% increase in the costs of the health plan. Understandably, I am fearful that many employees will seek work in other counties and other jobs and make the average 27% vacancy rate even worse. I spoke with a staff assistant who brings home $600 every 2 weeks. This health plan increase will mean she'll have to pay almost $200 more each month, and as a single mother, she's going to have to decide whether to put food on the table, pay the rent, or forego health insurance. She told me that she often has to go to food pantries now, and that makes her feel terrible to have to accept charity. She can make more money working at a fast food restaurant and is thinking about leaving the county. I spoke with a nurse who is a single mom, and she worked at the hospital and made a good living. But they had her working nights, and she didn't want to leave her kids alone, and she had trouble finding reliable childcare. So she took a huge pay cut to come and work for the county. But her salary is so low that she's maxing out her credit cards, and now she's thinking about having to move. This 20% increase in the health care insurance costs will certainly be the thing that pushes her and others out. The county's finances are sound. A review of the county budget shows there is plenty of flexibility, and in negotiations, we've suggested a range of options that the board has to get on track to support its employees, offer salaries that will attract new employees to reduce the vacancy rate, and make sure that we're carrying out the essential programs and services that our county residents rely on. Our community depends on you. Please do the right thing. Provide your struggling employees with a modest adjustment to offset inflation and now your proposed health plan increase. Otherwise, they are going backwards, and that is a situation that simply cannot be sustained. Thank you.
Chair Williams, members of the board, CEO Antle, County Counsel Curtis, my name is Patrick Hickey, and I'm the field representative for SEIU Local 1021. To start with, I would like to dispel a myth that has been propagated by some members of the administration, then repeated back to us by board members, one that you yourself, Chair Williams, have put forward. This myth is that it would cost the county 30% from the general fund for any increases for positions in non-general fund departments. This is false. We have asked repeatedly for the county leadership to provide data on this, but all we've been given is the list of funding sources that require county contributions under a maintenance of effort provision. This amount is about 5%. This is important because as board members, You need to understand the impact of potential cost increase on the budget. If the information that the administration is providing you is incorrect, you cannot make good decisions. We need the board to stop believing everything they are told and parroting it back to the public. 6 months ago, the claim was made by the administration that very few of the unfilled allocated positions in the budget were funded. But when we demanded this information, the facts came out that hundreds of the unfilled positions are in fact in the budget. Upwards of $30 million has been set aside for these positions. This isn't a trivial mistake. You all voted to pass the budget back in March without this key piece of information. Stop being a rubber stamp and start playing the oversight role that you've been elected to. We would echo the adage, trust but verify. If you are told something, ask for the backup data. County employees are looking for leadership, not equivocating. If you say you support them, we need you to show it. Thank you.
Patrick, I have a question while you're here. Is it your understanding that for the non-general fund positions that the county's maintenance of effort is linear? In other words, if pay increases for those positions, does the portion covered by the county remain the same, or does that percentage fluctuate?
It differs for each one, is my understanding. So in some of the non-general fund departments, there are MOE requirements, and others there are not. In some cases, it's a flat amount. In others, it's a percentage.
What do you think the average is, the county's contribution?
5%.
Thank you.
Yeah. And that's based on the information that the county has given us when we've asked for it. Thanks.
My name is Anne-Marie Weibel. Good morning, supervisors, CEO, and county staff. I attended the last Planning Commission meeting via Zoom, and it is the understanding of the Planning Commission that they would love to open their meetings up for the public, to have live meetings. The director, Julia Krog, asked if that's possible a while back, and she was told no. She will ask again, but I'm also asking this body and you all if it's not possible to offer this chamber that a lot of money was spent on to remodel to the Planning Commission to meet here. The Planning Commission currently does not have a lot of money to rent another place and to rent extra staff, which they figure would have to be 3 staff members to deal also with filming those meetings. So I'm asking you to consider this. Thank you very much.
Let's find out right now. CEO Antle, is there a reason why the meeting can't be held here?
Yeah, Deputy Clerk of the Board Atlas Pearson's been working on this.
This is Atlas Pearson, Senior Deputy Clerk of the Board. Yeah, I've actually spoken with Planning and Building in the last week. We just reopened our chambers to outside bodies, I want to say about a month ago. So I actually have been working with Planning and Building on getting a schedule going for planning commissions in this room.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Mark Donegan, self-healing practitioner and educator, ordained minister, aka Goldilocks. Wow, the last session couldn't have gone better. If I would have sat back all day and said, this is the way I wanted to go, this is what I wanted to hear, that's it. Gratitude and appreciation to all of you. Shamiz Cubison was awesome. Once she calmed down, and I think it was the tone that I appreciate. I feel that the board let her know, this is me framing what I saw. A lot of people have framed what they saw. This is my 3 minutes to frame it. And I saw a board saying they're willing to do what it takes to fund whatever positions that she needs. And I saw her working with the board back and forth and with CEO Antle And CEO Antle was awesome, jumping in when she needed to do and picking it up, whatever it was needed. So me as an average citizen, I got the answers I asked for last time. I think the little pie charts are going to come out fairly easily without burning up a lot of somebody's energy and answer a lot of questions. And then today, I'd like to, I think it's 4D, and it applies to our money. And all the stuff that was just talked about and mentioned was way over my head. But it's exactly what we're looking at. These like ghost positions. Somebody's doing that work right now. I have a friend that's worked for the county 27 years. It's like a childhood friend almost, you know. 27 years, man. And she sees no end in sight. And I know her. She's worked like every job you've got. She's a great worker. And you can't do enough for people like that. If they're doing a job, they should get the double money, you know? And I know that they are. And I can't list the number of workers that I have on my phone that I can call anytime, night and day, that I've worked with for about 15, maybe 20 years here in this county, who will do whatever, you know, like I said, they will pick up the phone for me and do what I need. And a lot of them have come here and spoken, you know, so I just have too long a list of names. So again, gratitude and appreciation. I appreciate that 4D has been brought up by Supervisor Mulhern. She's been pushing this. It's a great idea. Let's do it. Keep moving forward. Thank you.
Online, Travis Kilmer.
Good morning, Chair Williams, members of the board, CEO Ansel, and County Council Curtis. Travis Kilmer, Disaster Recovery Field Operations Coordinator with the PERM team. I just wanted to announce that the deadline to complete the Wildfire Recovery and Resiliency Survey was recently extended to September the 30th. The PERM team has mailed nearly 500 copies of the survey to residents who were directly impacted by the wildfires of the last 5 years. And so far, we've seen a solid response rate from that effort. At this time, I would like to emphasize that the survey was designed so that all residents of the county can provide meaningful feedback that will help us identify unmet needs, plan for future recovery, resiliency, and mitigation projects, and assist the recovery team in updating the recovery plan and informing the type and scope of projects that we undertake for the next 3 to 5 years. I highly encourage all of our residents to complete the survey, regardless of what geographic area of the county they live in and whether or not they were directly impacted by a large wildfire event in the last 5 years. The survey is completely anonymous and easily accessible at surveymonkey.com/r/Mendo Disaster Recovery, or by visiting the PERM landing page at mendocinocounty.org/community/fire-recovery, or by visiting mendoready.org, clicking on the Recover tab in the header, and scrolling down to Recovery Resources. Anyone who has trouble locating the survey or needs assistance can contact PERM by emailing us at disasterrecovery@mendocinocounty.org, or by calling us at 707-234-6303. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share this.
Voice messages? No voice messages. And we have one more public comment in the room.
All right. Good morning, Dr. Janine Miller, Behavioral Health Director for Mendocino County. And today we're here reminding everybody that September is National Suicide Prevention Month. It's time to raise awareness and about the stigma and taboo associated with suicides. Suicide can affect anyone, regardless of age, gender, background, at any time and anywhere. Suicide is one of the leading causes of death for both children and adults. The suicide rates have increased since 2000 by 30%. So we're 30% higher today than we were in 2000. We have seen an increase in suicides not only within our community, but we're seeing it within our service members, our veterans, and our law enforcement officers. Individuals who have suicidal thoughts often state that they're having struggles and stressors related to job strain or loss. Serious illness, that can be both mental health and physical health illness, financial, criminal, legal, and relationship problems. In addition to, we see a lot of bullying happening, discrimination, abuse, isolation, loneliness, feeling worthless and hopeless. Suicide prevention starts with all of us in this room and all of us in our community. It takes a community to make awareness about suicide and help everyone who may have thoughts of suicide. We need to start talking about suicide. We need to remove the taboo about talking about suicide. We need to start shifting the perception. We also need to know the signs, and that's one of our big campaigns is know the signs. How do you help someone? You know the signs. Be willing to talk about it. Be willing to ask the question. Often we're afraid to ask the question, are you suicidal? Are you having suicidal thoughts? If you know somebody or if you yourself are having suicidal thoughts, we want to remind everybody that the new number, 988, is available. You can text it or call it at any time. You will receive a counselor on that end. They will support you or connect you to a local resource. So that number is 988. Today we celebrate the 184 individuals we have lost in Mendocino County to suicide since 2015. That's 184 individuals our county has lost over the last 8 years to suicide. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Gabriel Ray. I work for Appellant Pulmonation. I just want to say that it's been a pleasure working with Janine and Lindsay from NAMI. They've been reaching out to the tribal communities to find out what the needs are, and there's many needs in tribal communities. You know, tribal communities are limited in funding and resources, so you know we threw a bunch of things on the table, talked about how it could work together, and this is one of the things that we are working on. Like this month, we're doing suicide prevention, and that's a huge thing for tribal communities, suicide prevention, substance abuse, misuse, and it hits our community pretty hard because there's three counties here. Well, Mendocino County, Lake County, and Sonoma County are really all closely related. And when something happens in one community, all the communities feel it. And I don't know if people really realize that, but these women here have been a blessing in helping us put things on the table to discuss. And right now we've been doing the suicide prevention activities for every weekend this month, and this next Saturday we're doing the suicide awareness walk. It's our 6th annual. So it's sometimes there's a lot of people there who are really hurting and are finding this walk to be a blessing that we're having in the community. And we did it the last couple years when COVID. It was really difficult to do the walk because we were doing it around a track and we had to think differently how to make it happen. So Mo has been very supportive of helping us make this stuff happen, and really appreciate you for all the support that you've given us over the years and being there and involved. And but yeah, I think our Suicide Walk 6th annual is September 24th at Alex Thomas Plaza, 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. and really appreciate everybody if you'd come and support the cause. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Chair Williams, CEO Antle, County Council Curtis, Senior Deputy Clerk Pearson, and staff. It's really wild to be on this side of the podium, and it's an honor to be here and speak with you today. I think I can easily speak for the rest of the NAMI board and say that it's really been a privilege to work with Mendocino County Behavioral Health and Pinoleville Pulmonation, as well as Consolidated Tribal Health, to put together all of these events in the month of September to honor and remember those lost to suicide. We were able to do a lot in a short amount of time. We put together a remembrance vigil that we brought to the Ukiah community, and recognizing that our rural community is vast, we packed it up and were able to bring it over to Fort Bragg. With National Substance Abuse Prevention Month coming up next month in the month of October, we've decided to, recognize each of the 5 districts and bring events to each of the 5 districts every Saturday, and we've been able to coordinate that. So we intend to do from 10 to 2 every Saturday in the month of October a remembrance for those lives we've lost to overdose in Mendocino County. And we will be in Anderson Valley at the Boonville Fairgrounds on October 1st. On October 8th, we will be at the Walala Community Center. October 15th, we will be at Fort Bragg Town Hall. On October 22nd, we will be at Alex Thomas Plaza in Ukiah. And October 29th, we will be at Willits at the Rec Grove. And as always, you can reach out to me via email if you need any of those dates again or any additional information. And thank you for the time.
A comment?
Supervisor McGordy.
So thank all of you for coming today. The numbers are shocking. And, it's clear that our community has work to do. And this is something that the effort that you're doing.
Last call for public comment. Consent calendar. Clerk, has proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established.
Public comment on the consent calendar.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, board members. Janelle Rao, General Services Agency Director. I just wanted to make a brief comment on item 3I, which is a proclamation recognizing October as National Custodial Workers Day in Mendocino County. Our custodial staff within your county is who keeps your business flowing. They're the backbone, and it's rare that we have an opportunity to recognize them. I just wanted to make sure to comment on them. We do have some staff here that may make some comments. A few statistics. They cover buildings that stretch over 4,000 square miles. We have over 60 owned buildings, 12 leased, and we own over 770,000 square feet of building that our custodians are taking care of on a daily basis, sometimes 24/7. So I would like to thank this board for taking the time to recognize them with this proclamation. Thank you.
Supervisor McGordy.
I really appreciate the work of the custodians. They cover a lot of area. They cover it effectively. And the comment to me a lot of times when I'd have visiting colleagues from outside of Mendocino County was, wow, what nice facilities you have. They're really well maintained. So, we have something going on here maybe some of you aren't aware of, but we do have well-kept, nice facilities.
That concludes public comment. Would supervisors like to poll any items?
I move approval of the consent calendar.
Are there any items to poll?
I'd like to poll item 3G for comment.
Go ahead and make your comment.
So one of the things I think would be useful, this is our cannabis report, correct? Yes. The update, it would be good if we could also track in there how we're doing with our permit numbers, how many people are moving on to state licenses and where we stand on renewal, and get a sense of how we're doing from month to month or whenever reports are submitted.
Is there a second to the motion?
Yes, I will second it.
Roll call.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
And Chair Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
I'd like to move to item 4B. Clerk, do we have the parties present?
One moment while we look and bring them in.
And while we're getting ready, there's a notice, item 4C has been withdrawn at the request of the department. Planning and Building has a hand up. Do we need to make them a panelist? This will be item 4B, a notice public hearing, discussion and possible action to consider an appeal of the coastal permit administrator for approval of a coastal development permit, CDP 2017-0038, to construct a two-story single-family residence located at 1401 North Highway 1, Albion, APN 126-01004, including possible adoption of a resolution denying the appeal and modifying the approval of CDP 2017-0038 by amending the project to be a single-story, single-family residence, adopting an additional finding and revised conditions of approval, and adopting and mitigating negative declaration related thereto. Sponsor is Planning and Building. Clerk, has proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established.
So both sides, the applicant and the appellant, will be given 20 minutes maximum to present, and then we will go to public input, public comment, then back to the applicants and appellants for 5 minutes each, final remarks, and then staff can have some final remarks, and then it'll come to the board for hopefully a motion. So this do we have all parties present?
I believe we do.
Does the board and clerk have any correspondence or telephone calls received to note?
Correspondence received from the appellants has been uploaded to the item. Correspondence received from the public would have been online at the e-comment link.
Staff presentation, Planning and Building.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Supervisors. Project Planner Matt Goins. On May 17th, 2022, the Board of Supervisors discussed continued project CDP 2017-38, at which time the item was continued again to September 20th, which is today. The continuation allowed the applicant time to prepare the appropriate information and submit it to staff, who in return would have more time to review what was submitted to ensure the item of concern was addressed appropriately. The applicant's updated project scope of work is as follows. The revised landscape berm will be reduced from 300 yards of fill to 20 to 25 yards of fill. This will soften the unnatural landscape created by the berm and create less ground disturbance within the area. The reveal of the concrete retaining wall will be minimized to a 1-foot reveal. Majority of the 1-foot concrete wall will be shielded by vegetation. Vegetation and tree planting will take place at a slightly lower elevation on the property to soften the view from the residents from Highway 1. The average building elevation has been updated to incorporate the contour lines and establish the average building height of 17.76 feet above natural grade. The Coastal Commission did have comments on this, but for the sake of brevity, as mentioned in this memo, the concerns from the Coastal Commission have been addressed and are okay. Modifications to the CPA approval. The previously recommended modifications to the CPA approval specified in the May 17th, 2022 memorandum of the board remain appropriate and are recommended for the board adoption as specified in the resolution.
And if I may just add on, Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. Yesterday, the California Coastal Commission provided additional comments on the project and recommended an additional condition of approval be included. And staff has prepared a red line of the resolution for the board, as well as a revised Exhibit B, which is the final findings and conditions of approval, including that recommendation. And it was to ensure that the added condition would be condition 28, and it is to require that the trees that provide essentially a visual buffer between the highway and the development are maintained in perpetuity and replaced if any trees die or are removed because of disease in the future. We did discuss that with the applicant and their agent yesterday, and I believe there's no concerns with that additional condition. So staff does recommend that the board adopt the resolution, the red line resolution that is uploaded to the item as number 9 and number 11 on the agenda item. And that concludes staff's presentation. We're available for any questions.
Any questions from the board? Supervisor Haschek.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. So with the height of the building, and appellants say that it's there's a limit to 18 feet, but now we're seeing an average of 17.76 or something. So, and I guess there's parts of the peak of the house goes above the 18 feet. So what is your opinion on this?
Thank you for that question, Supervisor Haschek. Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. The standard is that the height in the highly scenic area, and that's specified by the Coastal Commission in their April 19th comment letter, is an average height above natural grade. So that can include that there may be portions of the structure that exceed that height, provided that the overall average height of the building is below 18 feet above natural grade. So it's not that at any point on the land, the building cannot exceed 18 feet. It is that average.
So the appellants have it wrong, that it's a limit of 18 feet?
According to correspondence from the California Coastal Commission themselves, who had specified the condition limiting the height to 18 feet, they have stated that it's measured from the average above natural grade. So it is not that, so I guess for the sake of brevity, that yes, the appellants have it wrong in that instance.
So if a person wanted to build an A-frame, they could build it up to 36 feet, I guess according to the average, right?
Provided that the average would be less than 18 feet above natural grade.
Right, okay, thank you.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, Director Krog, I think that average comes about because the building code, as I understand it, takes the average of the four corners, and it's not uncommon for a parcel to be on a slope of some kind. And so that's why I believe the building code talks about taking the average of the four corners and the contours of the land. So it sounds like the Coastal Commission's letter is just really kind of reiterating what state building code already clarifies.
Seeing no further questions, the appellant has a presentation, maximum of 20 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, supervisors, CEO, county staff, and applicants. My name is Anne-Marie Weibel. I'm speaking on behalf of the appellants, the Sierra Club Mendocino Group, and concerned Albion neighbors. Two of our members cannot join us today. Roxanne Warren, Sierra Club Mendocino Group member, will also speak to you. As mentioned in our letter to you, placed under Appellant's attachment, the CDP was approved by the CPA in May of 2021. Mendocino Planning and Building Services neglected to investigate CDP 189-125 Paoli, which established a subdivision and required a deed restriction limiting future one-story houses up to 18 feet in height in 1989. We filed an appeal on the grounds of Special Condition 2 of CDP 189-125, the CCNR Declaration of Restrictions for one-story structure not to exceed 18 feet in height. We also filed it based on the sensitive coastal resource area. Over 2/3 of the parcel is highly scenic, and any permit should mitigate the impact to scenic resources with vegetation and careful siting of accessory structures like windmills, solar arrays, etc., to achieve a building subordinate to its setting. And also, we appealed based on the need for a buffer of at least 50 feet to protect environmentally sensitive habitat. This project went through various modifications based a lot on our appeal, our written and verbal comments throughout the various phases. You've met in February and in May, and here we are today. I would like to emphasize 3 points in regards to the current project: the height of the building, the wind turbines and solar arrays, and the vegetation. Bob Merrill, former North Coast District Manager of the Coastal Commission, in his clear and concise letter from December 2021, did not use the expression average height. This expression was not used in the CDP 189-125 either. We wrote a letter to you on Planning Building Services in March of this year, which is included in the appellate attachment. We assumed that the house would not be taller than 18 feet, that is stressed in Bob Merrill's letter, as well as the Special Condition 2 of CDP 189-125, which required the permittee to submit conditions, covenants, and restrictions for the property imposing these restrictions. Number 1 in the Declaration of Restrictions clearly states that no building shall be erected, altered, placed, or permitted to remain on any lot other than one-story structures, not to exceed 18 feet in height. We were surprised to see in the newest design the average height of 1767 on natural grade, based on taking an average of all walls of the proposed home in order to meet the 18-foot height requirement. Actually, it is listed somewhere as 1767, other places at 1776. In the resolution, it says 17.71, and when I added up the different heights, as in the attachment of the newest design, I came up with 17.5, but that's, beside the point. Maybe you want to clarify that language. Nowhere in the Bob Merrill letter, nor in Special Condition 2 Declaration of Restrictions, does it indicate average height based on taking an average of all walls of the proposed home in order to meet the 18-foot height requirement. Special Condition 2 and the Bob Merrill letter clearly state one-story homes up to 18 foot in height. Using an average of all walls in order to meet the 18-foot height requirement allows this owner and future owners of developments in this area to create homes that are taller than 18 feet. It creates a loophole that does not meet the requirements established with Special Condition 2 Declaration of Restrictions. Using an average of all walls sets a precedent for future development in the scenic area. And I appreciate Mr. Hashak's comment, and clearly in this area, an A-frame that would maybe be 13 feet tall wouldn't comply with the requirements with the CCNR. Some of these measurements will make the building taller than 18 feet in certain area, especially the ones on the west side and north side. And the west side is the one that can be seen from the Highway 1, which potentially can become a scenic highway. It can be seen from the Navarro Point, and 2/3 of the lower 2/3 of that property is highly scenic. There is not a more prominent point on the east side of Highway 1 from Fort Bragg to Navarro than the Navarro Head, the gateway to the coast. It is incumbent upon Mendocino to give their utmost attention to the sensitivity of the visual and scenic quality and protect it as a resource of public importance. Unfortunately, the story poles do not show the mass, as they do not show the roof lines. Page 9 of the board packet gives you an idea how this cantilevered development will look like. It's in competition with the Navarro Head. The approved subdivision is consistent with, that is the subdivision that was agreed upon, voted on in 1989, is consistent with section 30251 of the Coastal Act, which lists that the scenic and visual qualities of coastal areas shall be considered and protected as a resource of public importance. Permitted development shall be sited and designed to protect views to and along the ocean and scenic coastal areas, to minimize the alteration of natural landforms, to be visually compatible with the character of surrounding areas, and where feasible, to restore and enhance visual quality in visually degraded areas. New development shall be subordinate to the character of its setting. This brings me to another point, which has to do with the wind turbines and the solar arrays. As no information is given about the wind turbines, other than the lengths of them, which got changed drastically, we included this flyer in the appellant's package. And I was told that Mr. Kirkman is not going to use that model from Iceland. I was personally contacting them and could never get a response from them. So we only know the lengths of these poles, but we don't know anything else. And so it seems that this is not ready to be voted on when nobody has more information about it. And the same is true for the solar arrays, that we tried to get some information, how wide, how long they are, and we have not been given any specifics. As this is a scenic area, it is important that we are all aware of these installations. What I'm suggesting to you is to submit a CDP when the specifics will become known about the wind turbines and the solar arrays, and leave them out at this point from voting on this permit. I'm getting to my third point. Tatiana Garcia, planner at Coastal Commission, mentioned a new vegetation plan. Apparently, no new vegetation plan is needed, but we are very happy to know that the Coastal Commission has, in the last minute, felt they wanted to add a special condition. And this is very important that this gets added, because as we all know, there are many dying trees, bishop pines and shore pines that are growing west of Highway 1 between Albion and Fort Bragg. Many of them are infested by beetles, and the city of Fort Bragg tried to plant trees on the mill site and they died. It's not easy to maintain, and also it's very important that these trees would be replaced, because otherwise there wouldn't be that scenic protection. In closing, I would encourage you to keep the house under 18 feet, follow the wording of the approved CDP 189-125 with special condition declaration of restrictions, section 30251 of the Coastal Act, and the visual resource protection policies in the LCP that implement the Coastal Act. And please record this new special condition in your findings and also in your resolution. That I thank you for your time. And Roxanne Warren also wants to, she has some comments for you.
My name is Roxanne Warren, and I'm representing today the Mendocino group of the Sierra Club. We've put in comments on this all along, and in fact have commented on the scenic properties of the Coastal Commission for over 20 years. In particular, this one has been followed by originally the people that were on the advisory committee for the Coastal Commission of this area, and those people are still here, and they're still hoping that you will protect the Navarro Head. We're most concerned about the height issue. Again, as Anne-Marie said, the average was never mentioned for the first 2 or 3 years that we have been considering this, and we did not find average in the letters from the Coastal Commission. If there is a reference to this, we'd like to see that reference. We've never seen it. And we'd like you to realize that this, again, has what we might call the A-frame loophole. If an A-frame can be built 36 feet tall and be called 16, then, well, that doesn't add up, 18, then this rule has no meaning. If we can't agree that the height of a house is the height of the top of the house, then it will be very difficult to enforce height limits anywhere. We're also very concerned about the condition of the vegetation. Emery has pointed out and that there is a condition that could be added to replace trees if they die, so that we continue to have a visual barrier. And this is going to be very important, and I did hear the planning department say that this had been agreed upon, so I won't go on about that. The bigger question then is the siting of the wind turbines and the solar arrays. We've been asking right from the start to please have diagrams of exactly what this is going to be like, how tall, where's it going to be. Solar arrays can be quite big and very reflective. And so we want to make sure that we get a chance to look at those a little bit, and that the planning guidelines are made clear. We're asking that you drop those 2 items out of this application and require a new CDP when they're ready to be itemized and then erected. In the bigger picture, we'd like to ask for the board's direction to the planning department that they will consider prior Coastal Commission decisions anytime there's an application in the coastal zone. They didn't look back to 1989. Of course, no one would think of that, but they should. This is what planning is all about, is looking at all the considerations that have gone on in the past and then putting and making sure that the new ones fit in. Same is true for the CC&Rs, the conditions that are set on a certain subdivision or a certain areas. These should be reviewed all the time when it comes up, especially in the coastal zone. And I have been informed that the county does not have a database of CC&Rs, and yet in the major subdivisions, brook trails, we know there's a CC&Rs are looked at very closely, and we would encourage the county to start a database on CC&Rs in the coastal zone, at least, perhaps in other major subdivisions. We'd also like a review of the whole idea of averaging heights. As I said, there is a huge loophole here where if the averaging is going to be the standard, there are so many ways to get around that. There are many ways, and you know that will come right back to y'all to decide whether this is legitimate or not. So if we could encourage a review of the averaging, especially in the coastal zone where a height limit is very important, we'd feel like that was a great service to the whole planning process. So we hope that this will turn out to be a vote today that the Kirkman and Kwasi applicants can live with and pursue their either modification or building, but without the solar arrays or the turbines being approved today. Thank you for your time.
Moving on to the applicant has 20 minutes for a presentation.
Good morning. I'm Jason Kirkman. My wife, Carol Kawase, and I are the applicants for this permit, and we appreciate this opportunity to speak to you. The CC&R that has been governing these procedures was recorded in 1991. There is nothing in that CC&R that prohibits wind turbines or solar panels on the Navarro Head. And even if there was, it would not be a good idea to make a decision that bears on the use of alternative energy sources based on a 31-year-old document, because the world is a completely different place than it was in 1991. In 1991, when this CC&R was recorded, the general public did not realize that climate change could make the Earth uninhabitable. There's a much broader understanding of that now, and people are trying to do something about it. There are over 1 million electric vehicles on the road in California. Nearly half of all the electric vehicles in the United States are owned in California. And in the coming years, there will be millions of electric vehicles, and those electric vehicles are going to need to stay charged up. That and the need to use more air conditioning as triple-digit temperatures become more and more frequent are going to put a tremendous demand on the state's energy grid. It's our view that everyone in California should do whatever they're able to do to reduce their reliance on the grid. 2 years ago, we had rolling blackouts during a heat wave because the grid couldn't keep up. And we're afraid that that sort of thing is going to happen again and again in the future. And that is why we've included wind turbines and solar panels in our project. Now, I do need to address the appellant's statement that she heard that we're not going to use the ice wind turbine. I don't know where she got that information because we have not said that. The ice wind turbine is in the agenda packet. It's the only product we're aware of that has come to market. we are keeping our eye on newer developments. Our intention is to use the most up-to-date and least conspicuous turbine that's appropriate for our application. But we never said that we were not going to use the Icewind Nord. Regarding the solar arrays, the appellants have already heard, and will say again, that they are going to be invisible from Highway 1 and from the Navarro Point Preserve. They're going to be south-facing, of course, and there will be a berm in front of them concealing them from any view from the north. So there's no real need to be concerned about that. The Navarro Head is a very windy place, and it's our view that it would be irresponsible to ignore that plentiful resource. We think it's our responsibility to harness that resource to help power our home and reduce our reliance on the grid. Now, that 1991 CC&R was recorded by a homeowners association that no longer exists. It went defunct in the mid to late 1990s. No one who belonged to that homeowners association owns property or lives in that area any longer. But we do have neighbors. There are people who can see our property from their property. And we've discussed our project with our neighbors, and they have told us that they don't object to the wind turbines or the solar panels. The greatest threat to the California coastline is climate change. The California Coastal Commission, whose mission it is to protect and preserve the California coastline, understand this. And if you go to their website, you'll see that their position is that they support efforts to mitigate climate change. So our intention to employ wind turbines and solar panels should be encouraged. It should not be opposed. The Coastal Commission submitted a suggestion yesterday regarding maintaining the landscaping. And we note the last minute timing of this submission, but we are willing to abide by this new special condition. And as Ms. Krog said, that you have a red line version of the resolution, and it's that red line version that we ask you to vote on today. So we really appreciate this opportunity to speak to you. My wife, our agent and architect, Sam Waldman, and I respectfully request that you deny this appeal and vote for the red line resolution today. Thank you very much for your time and your attention. I'll turn it over to Sam Waldman for additional comments.
Morning, everyone. Thank you for your time today. I really believe that Jason has adequately addressed what needs to be said in an eloquent and thorough manner. And I would use the remaining time to answer questions from the board if there are any. I stand by the project as presented and as amended in the recent months.
So it's process-wise, it's not the right time for the board to be asking questions. That'll come later. But would you like to conclude?
Yeah, I feel that we've adequately addressed concerns and comments from both the community and the Coastal Commission.
Thank you.
Looking forward to going forward.
Thank you, and the brevity is appreciated. We're on to public comment. Speakers online, press *9 on your telephone, click raise hand on Zoom. We can start in the room. Keep your comments to 3 minutes, and please try not to repeat what has already been said. think that concludes public comment. The appellant has 5 minutes for final remarks.
Not quite understand my comments. We're not objecting to the fact of solar arrays or the fact of turbines. We're rejecting to the fact that none of this has been detailed. That when we're talking about a very sensitive coastal resource where visual resources are one of the most important parts, there should at least be accurate drawings of what it's going to look like. How big they are, how wide they are, where they're placed. And now we're talking about a berm to shield them. Well, that's 3 more parts. We really would like to see those separated off and put in a CDP, which I'm sure they can make fit. But to approve it without any accurate drawings seems premature. On second point, a red line version. I don't know where we got the red line version of the new condition. Can we see that red line version before you vote on it?
It should be attached to the item.
Attached to what?
Should be attached to the agenda item.
Oh, so go back into the web and find it.
Let's pause the time for a moment. Planning and building, can you describe how the red line has been made available, the timing and where it would be found?
Yes, absolutely. So I provided the red line resolution via e-comment, as well as it was uploaded by the clerk to the agenda item. I also can share screen if that would be preferable to be able to review the minor change.
Let's do that, and maybe you can go over that in a minute. Mostly I want to make sure that we're following proper process. Was it properly noticed?
Yes, it was added to the agenda item and essentially introduced at today's meeting.
Okay, thank you. Back to the appellants.
So it was added to the agenda item this morning. Could we request that it be read aloud at least?
Planning director will pull it up on the screen momentarily.
Oh, okay, great. Well, those are my comments. I think we can go forward with Anne Marie's.
That the permittees and any successors in interest shall implement the landscaping plan provided with the application as revised through June 20th, 2022, and shall maintain the vegetation depicted in the plan and replace any of the trees and other vegetation that dies over the life of the approved development. And if the county has a shorter version, I really would like to have this version be included and voted on and put in the findings and resolutions. And in regards to Mr. Kirkman, I got information from the planner, Matt Goins, that you're not going to use the model that you were going to use, so it maybe is my misunderstanding you weren't going to deal with that company. So I apologize for that mistake. But and I agree with Rick Sanwaran about the CCR and previous CDPs that the public shouldn't have to do the work that the county needs to do and pay $1,616, that's what we paid, and then be told that the appeal is denied when this project mostly got changed because of our continued development, comments. And Mr. McGordy also addressed that he couldn't believe that the CCRs were overlooked and the previous applications. And so this is my, I guess I have a few more minutes. it also, it says clearly in the CDP 128, in the CDP 189, 125, prior to the transmittal of this permit, permittee shall submit conditions, covenants, and restrictions which allow only one-story homes up to 18 feet in height, the use of non-reflective surfaces and natural colors, the prohibition of satellite dishes and high-voltage lighting in the Highway 1 view shed, and the installation of native vegetation to screen the buildings to the executive director for his review and approval. In this case, we're not dealing with satellite dishes or high-voltage lighting, but we're dealing with solar arrays. We're dealing with berms that weren't specified. We're dealing with wind generators. And it's just like, you know, satellite dishes or high voltage lighting. It really affects this project. And so the executive director needs to find that. Otherwise, then this has to be appealed again, and the Mr. Kirkman and his family will have to ask for a special arrangement with the Coastal Commission, which they couldn't do unless they know ahead of time what we're dealing with. So it seems crucial that these two items, the wind generator and the solar arrays, are not part of this permit that you allow for. And could we see a copy of the special condition that will be added? Could we get one in printing so we can see it in front of us? Or
yeah, we're going to run some copies for you.
thank you.
The applicant has up to 5 minutes for final remarks.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak to the solar array question. And I understand why there's some confusion there. The ground array was located, you can look at the original site plan of the CDP application, where they're located and how much of it there's going to be. And the intent is to locate the panels horizontally. So the berm that shields them is slated to be no more than 5 feet in height and slope gradually down into the landscape. And the idea of doing it that way is a perspective from the highway, as Jason pointed out, makes it virtually invisible from anyone below. Thank you. Other than that, I think things have been adequately addressed.
Okay. Staff, final remarks.
Thank you, Chair Williams. So if it is all right with the board, I'd like to share my screen, and these are going to be items that are attached to this item. They are publicly available. If you don't mind, I'll go ahead and share my screen here to show a couple items just to address some comments.
Please go ahead.
Okay, great. So I'm going to first off address the comment about the average of the building height. So what you should be seeing here, this is part of the attachment B to the current packet. That's number 3 on the uploaded items. And this is a letter from the California Coastal Commission. This is from April 19th. It was part of the packet on May 17th as well, and states in the highlighted portion here that commission staff believes that to be consistent with special condition 2, referring to special condition 2 of CDP 1-89-125, the building height for the proposed house must be based on an average height measured from the natural grades that existed prior to placement of any fill on the building site. So while I understand the appellant's concern, I think it's very clear in here that the commission has stated this is an average. And then Just to add on to that, as part of attachment A to today's item, there's a piece of correspondence from the California Coastal Commission staff dated Monday, June 20th, 2022, which states, thank you for your time working with us on demonstrating the development meets the requirements of CDP 1-89-125, and acknowledges that the building height on average is 17.76 feet as measured from the average natural grade of the land, and includes the building contours. Now, I do want to show the exhibits that were the Exhibit B to the resolution with the final findings and conditions with the added condition from the Coastal Commission. So what you should be seeing here, this is Exhibit B of the resolution, and I'm going to have to scroll all the way to the end because it'd be new condition 28. And this would read, the trees used for visual screening from Highway 1 as shown in the revised vegetation landscape plan dated June 20th, 2022, shall be maintained for the duration of the project, and any dead or impaired trees that are removed shall be replaced. Similarly, in the resolution, this is on the last page of the resolution in the findings and determinations from the board, number 3. I, and this just includes what would be the new recommended condition of approval. I also can pull up the exhibit that shows the location of where the solar array is, as well as the wind turbines. And let me just get to that page. So this is from the original Coastal Permit Administrator packet. You can see over in this area, you have the ground mount solar array shown in here, as well as the location of the 3 wind turbines. And I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing my screen, but I'm happy to go back to any items if the board would wish, and that concludes staff's remarks.
Thank you. The board is now free to ask questions of staff or the public. Supervisor McGordy.
I just want to clear up something about the CC&Rs. So, Councilor Curtis, maybe you can help on this. So, if CC&Rs are enforced by homeowners associations, correct?
So in some cases, yes. I mean, so the CC&R is a private agreement between the owners of multiple property. It may be that there's a creation of a homeowners association. It may be that it's something that could be enforced directly by other owners of other property subject to the same restrictions. So the mechanism might vary, but they're ultimately a private agreement.
So that's why the county doesn't enforce them. Is the county even obligated to let people know that there are CC&Rs on their properties?
So if there are CC&Rs, they should be publicly recorded. So the recorder's office would have a copy of that, and yes, we're obligated to maintain a copy of that and to provide that. I don't know that the planning and building or other departments necessarily have an obligation. To go to the question of sort of why the county doesn't enforce them, there's a lot of complications that come up when you get into potentially enforcing or trying to limit the government permitting based on enforcement of private rights, including potential disputes over what the interpretation of those may be, questions as to whether or not they have been waived or otherwise extinguished. Then there's also some sort of standing questions. We certainly wouldn't be going in and enforcing CC&Rs. That would be an inappropriate use of county resources. The only question is whether permits may be crafted in a way that may be recognizing the existence of CC&Rs. It may be prudent in some cases for planning and building to discuss issues related to the CC&Rs with the applicant, but on the legal front, we've had a lot of concerns about sort of trying to tailor a governmental permit to a private agreement that we might have to be essentially adjudicating, and that may be more appropriate for a court.
So a question then for Mr. Kirkman. Did you say that there is no homeowners association anymore in your neighborhood?
That's correct.
And
not any longer.
And you did have discussion with the neighbors, though, about your project. Is that correct?
More than once.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I make
Thank
a point on that?
Only
That
if-
the
only if
agreement
a
was
super-
between the
hang on a second.
homeowner and the
Supervisor-
executive director.
Hang on a second. Supervisor will have to call on you. We're past the presentations. Does the supervisor have a question?
You know, in the interest of full disclosure, if you have something to add to the discussion, I think would be fine.
That this particular CCNR was requested not by the private landowner, but by the executive director of the Coastal Commission. So it was an agreement between the private landowner and the public.
Supervisor Haschek?
Yes, this is directed at Director Krog. Is that previous letter that you showed, that showed the average height and the, I think it was from the Coastal Commission about the average height, and could you bring that up again?
Yes, absolutely. One moment here. Let me go ahead and share my screen, and I'm just going to have to flip back to that page real quick. Okay, there's the letter.
So I'm looking at the paragraph below it, the highlighted part. And it says, it is not clear from the information contained in the referral how the reported 17.5-foot height of the house as revised was determined and whether it relies on the use of finished grades or natural grades. We do not believe the county should approve the project until it has been clearly established that the building height for the proposed house is based on an average height based on natural grades that existed prior to the placement of any fill on the building site. So has that been determined?
Yes, so I think an important key to this is the timing of this letter. So this letter was dated April 19th, 2022. As you can see, this was part of the original hearing on May 17th, 2022. At that time, the applicant was proposing a height of 18 feet, of less than 18 feet above finished grade. So there's a really key, that you're totally correct to call out that line. An important change that has occurred is the applicant has now redone the home design to measure it and keep it below 18 feet above natural grade. So the concerns expressed in this letter have been addressed. The sole reason I pulled it up is because it does clarify where the commission staff felt that the height needed to be measured from and whether it was an average or a strict no more than 18 feet. And I think it's clear here that it speaks to an average height measured from the natural grades, and the project that is before you today is compliant with that requirement.
So according to the natural grade, the average height should be kept at 415 feet or below?
That's based upon the contour level. So I've pulled up now, this is the other attachment to today's item, which does talk about the contour areas. So they have measured the average natural height and used the contour lines of 397 to 415 to really clarify what those elevation contour lines are. And the commission has reviewed the packet today and has determined that it is compliant with the 18 feet above natural grade limitation that was imposed by their coastal development permit in 1989.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor McGordy.
A question for the applicants. There seems to be a little controversy over the energy package, and I'm curious, has that been designed already? And it appears that the Coastal Commission doesn't have an issue with it. So tell me more about how your plans are for equipment sizing and overall engineering.
Well, I'll speak to that for a moment. As we told you, the product that we were using, the Icewind product, that's the one we're still requesting approval of. But as Jason also pointed out, new products are coming on the market all the time, slowly, but consistently developed. And if we could find one that seems less intrusive, Jason and Carol are happy to consider it. But we felt at the beginning that the Icewind product had a kind of a sculptural beauty to it and was effective enough to do the job. As to the solar array, that's based on my experience doing other arrays on other projects. The standard size and orientation of a solar panel and what it would be like to have a ground mounted array in that location, where the panel size, they're no more, they're approximately 40 inches by 5 feet, give or take, for most panels. And as I said, they'd be located horizontally, leaned into the sun. And so the minimum amount of impact on the site and from visual approach from Highway 1 was taken into account. What I did on the original plan was estimate the number of kilowatts necessary to provide basic electricity to the house and draw the areas that would accommodate those panels.
Jason Kirkman, were you also trying to answer Supervisor McGordy's question? You're muted.
Thanks. No, I had another comment to make.
So let's stick to questions. We need to make sure the process is fair. Mm-hmm. Supervisor Haschek.
Well, I'm just still looking at this height requirement, and it seems like with what I'm understanding is that the distance to the peak would be up to 26.5 feet from the grade where it is, and the average would be below 18, but we're certainly building out, and I just, it's hard to fathom how that meets that 18-foot requirement. I can understand an average, but when we're 8.5 feet over that, it's.
Are there any final questions? Planning and building.
I would just wanted to address Supervisor Haschak's question, and I think it'd be helpful if you don't mind. I'll share my screen with attachment A of what's in the packet for today's meeting. So let me just share this sort of table here. Now, this was provided by the applicant and has been reviewed by staff. So this is important to see. These are reference points. So there were 3 heights essentially taken on each side of the structure. You can see the distance to the peak is specified over here. When you calculate this out and do an averaging both on the sides, on each individual side, as well as in averaging of all 4 sides, you essentially come out to less than 18 feet. Now, there are 2 sides of the structure, the north and the west side. When you look at them just alone on their averaging, they come out to 20 feet. But then the south and the east side are both 14 feet in average with, some change on that. So when you calculate the overall average building height of the structure, which is averaging all 4 sides, you get below the 18 feet. And this is typical for how height is measured within the coastal zone and as specified within the county code and definitions for measuring building height of is how it's defined under county code. So I'm happy to answer any additional questions, but I can understand it does look a little confusing when you see a height that may be 8 feet above, but understanding that some areas are well below, the lowest portion being 13.5 feet above the natural grade.
Director, is this a standard practice for all projects in coastal?
Correct. Yes, we average building height above either natural grade or finished grade in non-highly scenic areas.
In recent history, have you built any projects to a maximum height above ground, irrespective of average?
The only area of our county that requires that you do it with, irregardless of the grade is in the town of Mendocino. This project is not located in the town of Mendocino.
Thank you. Any final questions for staff or the public? Okay, seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. The matter is back before the Board of Supervisors. Well, this project is in District 5, which I represent. And I actually live on the coast. I choose to live west of one highly scenic area I care dearly about visual impacts on the coast. I also care about climate change. And I drove here today in an electric car, but I recognize I used more than my fair share of the available resources, the available energy. And I don't mean to be offensive, but past generations have really failed us. We're going forward where we may not be enjoying our coast or many other areas due to climate change. And I think it's imperative that we do everything we can to protect the climate. And I don't want to see government getting in the way of green energy production, because otherwise we're continuing to rely on fossil fuels. So I'm not concerned about the wind turbines or the solar. In fact, I'd like to see more of that in our county and less fossil fuel use. As far as the height, I do have concern about the A-frame dilemma, but I don't feel that I'm in a position to create a new standard today. This is the standard that is used by our planning department, used by Coastal Commission. Seems like it's a bit flawed, but the time to fix that is in the legislative process, not in a public hearing about a specific project. Supervisor Haschek.
Well, it's your district. Do you want to make a motion?
Well, as chair, I can't.
Well, I'd be happy to
Vice Chair, would you take the gavel? I recommend, hang on a second.
The chair recognizes Supervisor Williams.
I'm going to move the recommended action to modify the coastal permit administrator approval of a coastal development permit CDP 2017-0038 to construct a 2-story single-family residence with apparent structures located at 1401 North Highway 1, Albion, APN 126010004, and adopt a resolution denying the appeal and modifying the approval of CDP 2017-0038 by amending the project to be a single-story, single-family residence, adopting an additional finding and revised conditions of approval, and adopting the mitigated negative declaration related thereto, and authorize the chair to sign same.
I'll second the motion.
And this is as revised in the red line.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded by Supervisor Jordy. So shall we call for the vote? Or there are comments, I'm sorry.
Well, if I could comment just for a second. I think this discussion about the A-frame is actually a misunderstanding of the discussion here. The slope of the ground is in the building code as to how you measure the level of the ground. And it has nothing to do with the height of the building. You could have a flat roofed building and you could have an A-frame building, and you would measure, in either case, you'd measure the top of the building at the highest point. So it has establishing the level of the ground by establishing the average of the 4 corners, or in this case, more than 4 corners, has no effect on whether you have a flat roof building or a A-frame building. So there's not an issue with the building code in terms of measuring a building.
Any additional comments? Okay, call for the vote.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jordy?
Yes.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
And Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, everybody. I cede the chair back to Supervisor Williams.
We're going to take a 5-minute break and come back for item 4A. We have our outside auditor waiting. So we'll be back at 10:35.
Thank you all.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad. We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County. The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike, but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me I.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं. या ये all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's health care.
Including acceptance of a presentation from Clifton Larson Allen LLP CLA regarding fiscal year 2021 annual comprehensive financial report known as the ACFR. The sponsors are the budget ad hoc of Supervisors Williams and Supervisor McGorty. Do we have Barrett?
Yes, I'm on the line, and I think Jeff Peak might be here with us as well, who's the principal on the engagement. Jeff, I don't know if you wanted to take the lead on this. I can get started if you'd like, or if you wanted to just take off.
Hey, thank you very much, Barrett. And yes, my name is Jeff Peak. I'm the principal on the engagement. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to let Barrett go ahead and do the first introduction in terms of just going through sort of the presentation of the ACFR report specifically. and then and the governance communication that's related to that. And then I'll jump back in because I know that there were some specific questions that were posed to us before the meeting, and then I'd like to find out from you all how you would like to approach those questions, whether you'd just like me to cover the information in general, or if you'd like to specifically go through them. And with that, I'll let Barrett go ahead and get started.
Well, we appreciate you having us. As mentioned, my name is Barrett Warnick. I am the manager on the engagement here, working with Jeff Peak, and to present to you the ACFR and our report over the ACFR. So the ACFR is of course, an acronym for the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report for the county, and it's within the report. If you happen to have a copy with you, it's actually on page 29. Is a copy of our opinion letter, and so just as kind of an introduction to the opinion letter, as you review that, you'll note that there's a couple of headings to start with. It discusses the report on the financial statements, and then it jumps right into management's responsibility and contrasts that with the auditor's responsibility. And that's a key thing that we always like to discuss. As auditors, we're engaged to perform an audit of the financial statements to determine or to gather evidence to support our opinion as to whether or not the financial statements are presented fairly in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. Important to understand how that contrasts with management's role. Management ultimately has responsibility for the county's accounting function, for the processes and controls that are used to to keep records and to track items, which eventually all compile to become the financial statements. In addition, management's also responsible for the financial statements themselves. In the ACFR itself, really everything that's there is management's, aside from our opinion letter, which just states, based on our audit procedures, our opinion about whether or not things are stated fairly in accordance with GAAP or generally accepted accounting principles. We actually skip down to the next page. I think on page 30, you'll see at the top there is the opinion paragraph, and that's kind of the bottom line. Based on our audit this year, our opinion is an unqualified opinion. It's a clean opinion. That's the opinion you want. It's the best opinion you can have. And that's essentially what this letter is stating. It's outlining that there's some emphasis and matter paragraphs here as we discuss, and maybe Jeff will probably touch on this a little bit more, but during the year, there was the implementation of a new accounting standard that we refer to as GASB 84. So standard 84 regarding fiduciary activities and the way that those are recognized in the financial statements. As part of that implementation of a new standard, there was an adjustment to prior equity, and that's discussed there. In addition, there's some information here regarding the level of assurance that we're providing over required supplementary information and some of the other information that's also included in the county's ACFR. But the bottom line is that based on our audit procedures for fiscal year ending June 30, 2021, we are providing a clean opinion, which we refer to as an unqualified opinion over the financial statements in the ACFR. We also like to just touch briefly, Jeff mentioned the governance letter. There's a letter that we also issue that just talks about a handful of things that, and I apologize, I'm not sure if that's in your packet or not, but I can just touch on that briefly. We mentioned, as mentioned, accounting policies that are followed by the county are chosen by county's management and the responsibility of management. In addition, we mentioned that there are certain estimates that go into the preparation of the financial statements, kind of specifically the ones that we emphasize are there's an estimate of the amount of liability for self-insurance that exists. There's an estimate for the liability that exists for the closure of the landfill or related landfill closure, also related to the net pension liability, and sometimes for receivables, an allowance for doubtful accounts. So just so everyone's aware, there are certain estimates that do go into these financial statements. In addition to that, in the governance letter, we mentioned that there are, during the year, there was one adjustment that was considered material that I will probably touch on a little bit more as well, but it's related to some of the COVID funding for FEMA disaster grants. I think that there's an amount that was recorded as a receivable, but hadn't met all the recognition criteria to be recognized at this point. So an adjustment was recorded for that. There are also a handful of items that we refer to as past adjustments or unrecorded adjustments. They're amounts that are considered by management to be immaterial. And so the recording of an adjustment was passed on. It didn't seem like it rose to the level of materiality and was relevant necessarily. That's kind of the high level overview of our opinion and of the statements that I'd like to present. And then I would turn the time over to Jeff.
Thanks, Barrett. So I'll go ahead and I guess just first jump in and provide a little bit of context in terms of the background of the audit and kind of the procedures that we go through as a part of our audit. So like Barrett mentioned, our audit is really designed to do certain tests over the financial statements so that we can provide our opinion. But what we do is we go through initially a risk assessment process where we take a look at what the various risks are that we see within the county and determine how those different risks affect what we believe the internal control structure should be and what the key controls are surrounding each of those various processes. And we do sort of an overall view of that, not necessarily testing the controls, but we have to gain an understanding and at least walk through to see that those controls exist and that they are in place. As a part of our procedures also, then we design that around those risk areas to whether it's analytical work or detailed testing where we're making selections over particular transaction classes. And then we design that to be able to test those areas and determine if we find any issues or areas where we feel there could be a misstatement in the financials. And that's what Barrick had kind of alluded to in the governance communication, was that there were several things that we found that were misstatements within the financial statements, but only one of those things that we found actually rose to the level of being material to the financial statements as a whole. And so since our whole objective is to design those procedures and to be able to provide an opinion on the financial statements as a whole, we only really recommend the adjustments on things that are significant or material to the financial statements. But ultimately, it's up to management to decide whether they're going to record those or not. So at the end of the day, what does that all mean? It means that when we provide an opinion on your financial statements, that you can utilize that information there and feel confident that you can make proper management decisions by utilizing those financial statements. And that's really what it means. It doesn't necessarily mean that there's no errors at all within them. It just means you can rely on the presentation of the financial statements to be able to properly make management decisions for the county. I'm going to go ahead and shift gears then real quick and ask the question, because I do know that there was a list of things that was provided to us as part of this discussion. And I would love to sort of understand how the group would like to proceed with us kind of going through those various questions and providing some feedback and some potential answers to those.
I think the ad hoc would like to guide you through some questions, which I understand you've already seen. And I imagine my colleagues will want to interject with questions of their own. But the ad hoc had some opportunity to review and ask questions of staff, and that drove this list, if that's all right with you.
That's perfect.
Feel free to give us fill-in-the-blank answers. We don't need an essay. You have as much time as you need, but don't feel the pressure to be exhaustive. We mostly want to make sure our entire board has a sense of the ACFR, the outside auditor's role, the process, what's unfolded in timelines. So to start, can you tell us whether the ACFR is compiled by county staff or CLA?
So we're provided the information directly from the Munis system, which is the county system. And we receive those trial balances, and then we actually group those into groupings for financial statement presentation to import into our accounting system. But the short answer is that information that's within our system then ends up being what drives the presentation in the financial statements that we assist in preparation for. However, the county does take responsibility for those financial statements and the presentation of them.
And when you say the county, is that the auditor's office?
So we engage very closely with the auditor's office, yes. And so generally speaking, yes, when I'm referring to the county, it's generally the auditor controller's office.
In recent months, the board has struggled to figure out how to get regular financial reporting. And one of the problems we've faced is our executive office says not everything is in Munis. And we've asked various ways, where is the remainder of the information? Did your team work with what's in Munis, or were there outside documents, for example, Excel spreadsheets that were part of your process?
So I think that this is getting into the idea of, how the Munis system is sort of maintained, and then what needs to come in from a full GAAP accrual basis of accounting into the financial statements for the final financial statement presentation. And so I would say that all of the information ultimately is contained within Munis. But a lot of times the things that, might cause differences between what you might see in Munis and what shows up in the financial statements is really just a timing difference related to when those items are recorded into the Munis system, but when they're required to be reported from a financial reporting standpoint under generally accepted accounting principles. And so there are certain accrual schedules that are provided as part of the audit, such as accounts receivable, where a lot of that information is being captured by the various departments, and the departments are the ones who are providing this information to the auditor controller's office. The auditor controller's office identifies those items that they say, really, we earned these revenues within the fiscal year. For example, fiscal year 21. And so even though we didn't receive that funding until, let's say, July, August, September, we still need to record the receivable and the revenue into our financial statements as of June 30th. And so based upon those schedules that are prepared by information that is still flowing through Munis, then there's those accrual entries where you're recording the receivable and the revenue, and sometimes a receivable and an unavailable revenue under governmental accounting that you would actually see in the financial statements. And as a result of this, there can be differences from a timing standpoint that you would see between what's in Munis and what shows up on the financial statements. But generally speaking, all of the information is actually flowing through Munis.
So to give you an example, we recently learned that as of June 30th, 2021, disaster recovery had a deficit of 11.3 million and the health insurance 3.6 million. If we were to run regular financial reports from Munis, would we have been able to see that sooner?
I'm not sure that I know the precise answer to that question. I can tell you what led to the disaster recovery fund, ending with a negative fund balance. And let's start there, and then maybe we can have a discussion about sort of what that looks like in the Munis system. But with a lot of the federal funding that occurred over the last 2 years, there's been some confusion about how that should be recorded and when it's recorded, and is it really a receivable now, or is it do we not have a grant in place yet? And for part of what happened on the disaster recovery fund, there was 4.2 million approximately that was through the FEMA grant that was for Great Plates. And the way that we're required to look at do you have revenue or not in this particular instance has to do with whether there was really truly a grant in place. And in a lot of other cases with FEMA, and with all the disasters, typically they step in with the fires and things like that have been occurring. And FEMA and the state and the county would work together to put a project worksheet in place, and they would have an approved project worksheet, which would essentially be sort of the start of the grant process. Well, typically under that scenario, that approved project worksheet would be the initial date that then you would start accruing all revenues related to any expenses incurred that would be eligible to be reimbursed under that grant. Well, with the Great Plates program, while FEMA opened that program up, you didn't actually have a grant because there wasn't a project worksheet approved yet. So the only thing that triggered an actual grant being in place was the obligation of that grant funding by FEMA. Well, FEMA sort of dragged their feet quite a bit. And so a lot of times you would have these expenditures that were eligible to be reimbursed, but FEMA might not approve those eligible expenditures for a year, even longer than a year. And I think some of those things might even still be unapproved by FEMA. And as a result, because there wasn't an actual obligation or grant funding in place, you can't record the accrual of the revenue. So you have no accounts receivable, and you also have no revenue associated with that. However, you've incurred all of the expense associated with that funding and that particular grant program, which is what caused it to go negative in that particular instance. Later on, you'll end up with the revenue once FEMA actually gets around to approving the obligations. Then you can record that revenue and the receivable within the financials. But until that grant is approved, you can't under generally accepted accounting principles. The other thing that impacted this, and this is something that's directly in the financial statements, is this idea under governmental accounting of availability of funding. And there was about $8 million that was not received within the availability period. And you can actually go into the footnotes in the financial statements, and it will describe specifically what the availability period is for County of Mendocino. And that availability period is 60 days. And so you might have actually earned the revenue under a grant program, but if you don't receive that funding within 60 days of year end, it has to be categorized as unavailable revenue. And so it moves back up onto the balance sheet as unavailable revenue. And that caused the additional $8 million to be moved out of revenue and placed on the balance sheet as unavailable revenue. But you still have all of the expenditures associated with these, which in totality resulted in an $11 million deficit. So it looks a particular way because of the accounting treatments that had to be applied to it. And the reason why I say you may or may not have been able to identify that was because at the time, individuals had interpreted that those were going to be receivable within the fund accounting. And so the receivable and the revenue originally was recorded into Munis, and that was reversed out for financial statement presentation purposes. Would you have known this doing this on a month in, month out basis? it's hard to say because the financial statements are always presented as a snapshot in time. They're presented as of June 30th each year. And so a lot of the determinations on whether things are allowed to be recorded or not recorded, you can't make those decisions on a month in, month out basis. Those are things that you really determine based upon that time period, that closing period after year end, when you're gathering all the rest of the information to ensure that you're reporting these things properly within the financial statements. So you could, in theory, be conducting, accrual accounting 100% throughout the year, but it would be a huge challenge because the amount of resources it would take, specifically at the department level, to be able to provide the information necessary so that those entries could be recorded every single month, I think would outweigh the benefits that you might obtain by having that done on a month in, month out basis. What I would say is that likely the information in the system is closer to sort of what I would call like a budgetary basis of accounting, where the expenditures and things that are flowing through the Munis system on a month in, month out basis, and the revenues that are being recorded in, can be used to understand sort of how closely you're tracking to those budgets. But then you end up with accrual accounting coming in at the end of the year, or maybe quarterly or something like that, to give you sort of a more full picture of where all of the accounting is in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. But at the end of the day, it's an accounting treatment for financial statement presentation. It doesn't mean that you can't rely on the information that's coming out of the system. It just might look a little bit different depending on the time period of the year that you take a look at it.
Supervisor McGordy?
So is there a way of reporting funding trends so that you at least know that while you have a deficit at the moment, that there will be payments, so that we have a way of assuring ourselves that we're not going to deficit spending?
I'm not sure if I can answer this from like an operational perspective.
Maybe we'll come back to it. Can you tell us why the ACFR for 2021 was delayed? Were the delays due to any county processes? Is there any process we could improve to avoid delay in the next year?
So there were several different things that led into the delays that occurred in regards to the ACFR this year. The first delay, the first thing that started to cause the delay was we found out just before our audit fieldwork was set to begin that the prior auditor controller was retiring. And as a result of that, some of that long-term institutional knowledge that would have been available during the audit process was going to be lost sort of right at the beginning of when we were going to be starting those procedures. And then additionally, in the fiscal year 21, the GASB 84, which is the fiduciary standard that Barrett spoke about briefly, was also being implemented. And this ended up being something that the county wasn't fully prepared for and had not prepared an analysis of those fiduciary funds, which ended up taking a significant amount of time and resources to gather the information related to the implementation of GASB 84. And as a result, it was identified that there were going to be some delays in being able to complete out the audit procedures at the time frame we had originally agreed upon. As a result from that, we initially just delayed out performing our procedures because we do have a schedule and we kind of have to make sure that we're fitting all of our clients into that schedule. And due to the initial delays, we knew we wouldn't be able to complete that out until a time period that was quite a bit later down the road. There were additional factors that also led into this as well in relation to the single audit side of this, because OMB, which is the Office of Management and Budget, releases a compliance supplement each year that tells the auditors specifically what the compliance requirements are and what the suggested audit procedures are that they're supposed to conduct in relation to the major federal programs as determined under the single audit. And OMB did not release their final compliance supplement until January of 2022, which significantly delayed all of the single audits for the prior year. And as a result, OMB actually extended the deadline for the issuance or the final issuance of your single audit until September 30th of 2022. And I will mention at this time that we are in the final phases of that, and we still expect to issue and have that filed before September 30th, which would technically be an on-time filing in accordance with the extensions that OMB provided.
Supervisor Haschek.
Yeah, just listening to NPR this morning, they were talking about the FEMA reimbursement for the Hurricane Maria in Puerto Rico, and then the funds still not coming after 5 years. And so, you know, we're looking at this $11 million for the disaster recovery fund, and we've spent that money. So is there any idea about when FEMA will be getting us that money? And I guess the implications for, what is the implication for the county budget in the meantime?
CEO Antle.
Acting Deputy CEO Sarah Pierce. I believe some of that money has came in since then, since this was reported out. So Sarah can give us the most current update.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, CEO Antle. Sarah Pierce, Acting Deputy CEO. So yeah, we the 4.6 million that Jeff was referring to earlier, actually we received the obligation letter in July of this year. So we will be recording that as revenue in fiscal year 22-23. And just recently, within the last month, FEMA has changed how they are categorizing projects. Prior, anything under 130,000, I believe it was considered a small project. They've now revised the small project threshold to $1 million. So a majority of our projects are now considered small projects, and they have just in the last month begin obligating our projects. So I believe that we will start to see obligation letters and payments at a more timely basis.
If I may, Sarah, would you please pull up the slides that you had for disaster recovery in the health plan so this board can understand what we're seeing in Munis versus what we're seeing in the audit that has caused serious concerns. So we have disaster recovery as an example and the health plan.
So yeah, so when I ran the disaster recovery fund balance as of yesterday, or actually it was the 16th, we still show for fiscal year 2021 a positive balance of 1.5 million, whereas as Jeff had explained earlier, it's truly at an $11.38 million deficit for fiscal year 2021. So my concern as a department head, especially responsible for this fund balance, is that we're showing revenue in fiscal year 2021 in Munis, but it actually will not be recorded as revenue in Munis until fiscal year 2023, unless these adjustments are entered. So it makes it difficult to provide accurate data and budgeting when for 3 years straight, the information will be different than what the ACFR states for both these adjustments. And then relating to the health health plan fund balance, this is a little bit different, but same kind of scenario. If we look at the 2021 cash balance for the health plan, we see $797,000 deficit, but on the ACFR, it was reported as a $3.6 million deficit. And while the executive office staff has had an understanding that this cash balance did not include the incurred but not reported IBNR expense, the staff was not aware that there was no other reserve to cover this IBNR because historically, executive office staff visibility on balance sheet accounts has been limited, and balance sheet accounts were provided by the previous auditor. So for both of these scenarios, while I completely understand the reasoning behind the adjustments, especially for disaster recovery, without having the appropriate adjustments made in the county's financial system, it is hard for me as a department head to know how to budget and how to accurately explain the budget to actual variances, which arise from the adjustments not being made. Additionally, having the adjustments only tracked in an offline Excel document is troublesome, especially if any parties who are currently involved in the inner workings of these accounts leaves the county. So if you have any questions, please let me know.
I have a question. How do we get Munis annotated with all of those details so that when a report is run, it's clear to somebody who doesn't have the institutional knowledge where we stand? And I'm less concerned about the disaster recovery funds from FEMA. That looks like a framing problem, that the way we're booking it in one year and the rest of it in another, hopefully it balances out, and in the end there's zero in that column. More concerned about the health insurance because there isn't another entity that will balance that out in a future year. And if we run reports and we don't see the health insurance accurately reflected, we're likely to make decisions with bad data.
So Sarah Pierce, Acting Deputy CEO. I will defer to CEO Antle for further explanation, or the Auditor Controller if she is online. But it's my understanding that the Munis system has the availability to book adjustments in what's considered period 13. So you could run a year-to-date report through the end of June and come up with what has been truly booked. And then any adjustments that are proposed by the auditors and accepted could be posted in period 13. So then when you run it through 13, you get what would potentially match the ACFR.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, that's a question, Sarah, to kind of clarify that. So you said period 13, so that sounds like something other than one of the 12 months. So are you saying, so if there's a known expense, but it just hasn't shown up yet as an incurred expense, it would be put in that 13th column?
That is my understanding how Munis works, but I would defer to either IT or Auditor Controller or CEO Antle if there's further information, but there is an extra period that we could be used for closing.
Does CLA have a recommendation based on practices in other successful counties? How should we be keeping our records?
So, I mean, I think the use of a 13th period is a great idea. It's definitely something that I think a lot of entities use and can be very successful using that, because then you can maintain your 12 months in accordance with sort of how you're operating, and then using that 13th period to capture those accrual entries that I referred to, so that things then reconcile out to the financial statements themselves as a result of the entries being included there. This is definitely a decision that management of the county has to make on what you'd like to see and sort of then what steps you want to take, because you can definitely operate and just have your books through 12 periods from an operational standpoint and record those accrual entries in each year. But I understand why then that creates a little bit of a disconnect with the financial statements themselves. Keep in mind, that it would only be that one time of year where you're running the full year plus the 13th period, that then things would tie into the financials. The other thing that I would mention too is that there is a lot of combining that goes into the financial statements themselves. So let's just say you have 10 different funds, but those 10 different funds really combine into one fund for financial statement presentation. It's important to kind of understand that connection. Otherwise, you wouldn't really be able to trace back one single fund into the financials without knowing how it combines with others.
One of the challenges the board faces today is negotiations. And I would characterize this board as pro-labor. And the difficulty I think we're running into is not, do we want to provide a COLA, because it's just a fact with inflation at current rates, not providing a COLA is a decrease in pay for everyone. The challenge is figuring out how much additional revenue do we have on the table that's not already allocated. How do you suggest we use the ACFR as a tool to determine what we could afford additionally for labor in the year ahead?
I honestly don't think I'm prepared to answer that question.
Where would you reckon? I understand this is a bit outside the bounds of what CLA is providing to us. You're providing an opinion and an audit, but you also have a lot of domain experience. You work with other counties. Do you have any recommendations on how we answer the question, as far as methodology or other entities that may be able to help us? I don't mind being the supervisor to raise my hand and say I don't know. When I look at revenue, it looks fairly flat, but in past years, projections have been off, and the auditor would find millions of dollars at the end of the year. This board doesn't want to be in a position where we don't provide for our employees, and then we find that we had the money and we should have done it. We will lose people in that process. We also don't want to overspend, overcommit the county, and be in a position where we have to cut back.
I mean, this is kind of a complex question that I feel like I would need more time, and I'm not really prepared to answer that on this call.
That's a fair answer. If you're willing to consider it later, I'd like to see if there's direction from the board to utilize your services to help us get to the bottom of this. Supervisor Haschek.
Well, it seems like with these experts on the line, and we should also have the treasurer, tax collector, auditor, controller on the line in this discussion, because we're dealing with the implementation of some of these strategies and how to go about it.
Yep, by all means. She's invited. In fact, we thought she would be writing the agenda summary, and the ad hoc filled in the absence of one being provided. So if the auditor, controller, or tax collector would like to join us, by all means.
She actually did join the call within the last few minutes.
Okay. Another question we had was, you mentioned internal control structures. Can you talk about the internal control structures for payroll? The ad hoc, and I think the board as a whole, has been concerned about weak links where one or two people control a process that would be difficult to replicate if they were to retire or move on to other positions. Do we have adequate resiliency and redundancy in payroll? Is that something that you audit?
So I mean, that redundancy and that's not something that would really be within the scope of what we do as part of the audit.
Can you talk about how payments are issued? Does that all run through the auditor's office? For example, can the executive office issue a check?
Off the top of my head, I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay.
Without going back into my work papers to review the information.
What is typical for a county for payroll? Are those checks in that process typically under the auditor?
I believe, yes, at least in terms of the payroll department itself is usually somehow supervised by the auditor controller, but occasionally it's not. It just depends on how operationally it's set up at the county, so it can vary.
And as part of the outside audit, did CLA review and audit payroll?
So we performed audit procedures over payroll to allow us to provide our opinion on the financial statements, but that the level that we did that to was really just to that end, specifically with the understanding of the internal controls to allow us to be able to audit those in a way to provide our opinion. But that doesn't mean that we necessarily dove all the way into all of the details.
Understood. Did you spot check? Do you check a random sampling of paychecks to make sure they're as expected?
So there is sampling that occurs through our audit, and the sampling that we conducted as a part of our audit procedures did not detect anything that would have caused a material misstatement to occur in the financials.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Okay, thank you. All 5 supervisors, we serve on other boards of directors for other organizations, and of course they're smaller than the county. And on at least 2 of those boards that I serve on, I've been asked in different years by the outside auditors kind of questions along the lines of, are you aware of anything that you think could be cause for concern for fraud or use of funds? I've never been interviewed as a supervisor by any of the outside auditors of the county. Not that I would necessarily have that kind of level of operational information because the county is so large. But I'm just curious, in your contract, is that a kind of a question that you do ask those that you randomly interview for your audit?
Yes, it is. And we're required to do those procedures on an annual basis. Who we choose to speak with is kind of up to what we decide to do on an annual basis, but we do always speak with individuals from governance. We speak with individuals from management, and we also speak with individuals that are just employees within the county. So we talk to individuals and are required to under the auditing standards across various levels across the county. How many and who we speak to is, it varies depending on the audit that we're conducting, but we do talk to those individuals and ask questions about possibilities for fraud, as well as concerns that individuals might have on areas of weakness. And we take that into consideration in our risk assessments.
Approximately how many did you speak to this cycle?
Approximately, I would say 7 or 8 individuals.
Okay. And then back to payroll for a moment. I receive a paycheck from the county. Who audits to make sure the amount I receive is correct?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, I receive a paycheck every couple of weeks from the county of Mendocino. I work here. Whose responsibility is it to audit the amount to make sure that it's correct? Does the outside auditor get into that, or is that our county auditor controller? Who is the final authority and responsibility to ensure my paycheck is correct?
Chair Williams, this is Shamiz Kebison, auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector. It's the payroll manager or the payroll department in the auditor controller's office. We did not engage CLA services for a payroll specific audit. So payroll is touched for the various different pieces of the other audits they perform, but we did not engage them for a payroll specific audit.
Understood.
In regard,
is that a practice that we should engage?
Quite likely.
And are you the final authority and responsible party for payroll checks issued to all employees?
I suppose, being that payroll is under me at this time, we're trying to transition it.
But even when it's transitioned, say the executive office assists with entering the data, are you still the responsible party for verifying to your satisfaction that the amounts on all checks are correct?
You know, I'm not sure if this is the time we're trying to deal with the ACFR presentation. If you want to have an in-depth conversation, I have spoke to other counties. There are, I believe, 4 other counties that have payroll outside of the auditor's office. And I actually did contact Yolo County. That seems to be a county that Mendocino seems to be following lately. And they did indicate it's not in the auditor's office, nor do they audit it. On a daily, weekly, payroll by payroll basis. It's audited, I believe, internally every 2 to 3 years, but they do produce the checks in the auditor, controller, treasurer, director of finance office. But that is responsibility of human resources who produces payroll in Yolo County. So I think it really depends on which county it's in. But it is my understanding that those other counties where payroll is not located in the auditor's office, that the auditor's office is not auditing that payroll on a pay period or even quarterly basis. It is the responsibility of that other department. And that's, I believe, the same with Butte County, where payroll is located in human resources as well.
County Council, what is your understanding? Who is ultimately responsible for verifying payroll?
Per state statute, the check has to be issued by the auditor. So the auditor is ultimately the one that gives the final authorization. You can have essentially a structure where payroll is performed in another department, the numbers are compiled and ready, and then the auditor decides essentially if they're satisfied with that and what level of review. Right. Whether that's a few years, whether that's every single paycheck, that's ultimately going to be the auditor's discretion.
The reason I bring up this overarching topic is the biggest expense our county has is labor, right? Primarily that's how we spend our money. And we want to make sure we're auditing the largest category. And I'm hearing CLA say it's not part of their audit work with us. And I hear our audit controller saying their office hasn't done the auditing. So is it fair to conclude we haven't audited payroll, the largest expense to our county?
We have not engaged an outside audit firm to do an annual or other timed payroll specific audit. And that's certainly something that the county can, contract with.
What about internally, without the outside auditor, do we engage in auditing payroll?
Well, yes, we review payroll. We review the time records. We also review the personnel actions that are entered by human resources.
So how do we get from we internally audit payroll and time reporting to an outside audit that doesn't verify our largest budget category, labor?
Well, it's not conducted as a payroll-specific audit. We did not contract them to audit the entire payroll process.
Yeah, I'd like to clarify that we do perform audit procedures over payroll, but we're not saying that every single paycheck is accurate. We're auditing payroll to be able to provide an opinion over the financial statements as a whole. So payroll is included in our audit procedures for us to be able to provide an opinion on the financial statements.
Okay, and then last question. We'll see if my colleagues can think up some more. It's my understanding the health plan is a 25-75 split between employees and the county. Did you audit whether we're following that formula? The reason I ask is I think the previous auditor was involved in what some have called a holiday from contributions to the health plan, but it doesn't look like it was a holiday for both the employees and the county, meaning that 25% wouldn't have been respected. And I wonder, does that lead to the situation we see now where we show a multi-million-dollar deficit in the health plan? And if we try to realign, it creates a hardship for employees because it appears to be a substantial increase when in fact it's only getting back to the approved split between county and employees?
Oh, Chair Williams, if I may respond, it's my understanding from the previous auditor that the health plan holidays occurred because the state was not comfortable with the amount of funding that was being held in the health trust. And at the time, our experience was that we didn't have the high claim volumes that we have now. And we actually had built up a significant amount of money in the health plan. And so the state was not comfortable with the amount of money that we were continuing to charge. That's my understanding. And so the health plan holidays, I think there were two, I'm not sure if there were 2 or 3 of them, were in order to draw that balance down, because at the time, the claim experience that we had was not what it is now. We did not have the significant number of claims that we've had over the last several years. So that's my understanding for the health plan holidays.
That makes sense. The part where I'm stuck is, why wouldn't the holiday be for both the employee and the employer? How do you maintain this 25-75 split if the holiday is only applied to the employee?
Not sure why it was only applied to the employee at the time.
Wasn't that decision made by the auditor's office? Is there documentation? And is this something that we've audited?
It was not I was not involved in that decision at the time.
CEO Antle, is your office involved in that decision?
Not at the time, no.
Where do we find, CEO Antle, where do we find the documentation to understand how the county envisioned maintaining the 25-75 split while giving a holiday to only one side of the transaction?
We can definitely look through some documentation, but I would believe that would be part of the institutional knowledge that may have been lost over the last years. If I remember correctly, the health holiday was 16, 17, 17, 18, something like that, prior to my term here.
So for CLA, did that holiday lead to the deficit we're seeing in our health plan today?
I do not have an answer for that.
And where do you see our health plan trending if we continue the current contribution rates?
So I was not prepared to talk specifically about your health plan today. So I honestly do not have the information ready to give you an honest answer.
Any other questions from the board? Supervisor Haschak.
Well, one of the issues we're dealing with is this communication of the health plan deficit. And so, and the information we're getting and whether it's timely or not. So I'm just trying to figure out, where do we go from here? How do we get that timely information if what we're seeing in Munis is only $750,000 deficit, and yet the reality is it's several million? So how do we get that information?
Auditor.
Chair Williams. So, I'm not sure exactly, I don't really want to, it's unfortunate that the board was not brought up to speed sooner on this, but Auditor Controller Weir and I met with the CEO's office about the health plan more than a year ago and about the deficit. And at the time, the CEO's office was able to print the report out of Munis, and we did go over how to read it. We did discuss that it was looking like it was at a $3 million deficit. And I believed, because there was a presentation to the board less than a month later by the CEO's office, that deficit would be discussed. And I believed at the time that the CEO's office would ask for an increase in the health plan rates at that time due to the deficit. And that deficit was known back in August of last year. So I'm not quite sure why the information did not come forward, why the consultants did not bring that information forward. But, the payments that go out to the various providers are authorized by the CEO's office. So I'm not quite sure the health plan is managed by the CEO's office. Those payments going out, the claim history, the experience, all of that information is managed by benefits. So I would, have imagined that the health plan consultant, if they were appropriately looking at the experience, would be working to bring that information forward. It's unfortunate that it did not, but I'm sorry that responsibility has laid with the executive office. And Auditor Controller retired Lloyd Weir and I met with them before he left the county to ensure that they knew how to read the reports and that they were clear that they would be the ones monitoring that account when he retired. So I don't really know why that information did not come forward. I think it was in September of last year that presentation, either September or October, came to the board. And I unfortunately was not present or able to even watch that presentation, but I was surprised that it did not appear as a significant increase as I would have thought would have been requested, was not requested at the time. So, it is important to be able to read the reports, but the information is available. And, the statement that information wasn't available to that staff is incorrect, because the reports that were produced at the time were actually produced by the staff in the CEO's office for that meeting. So they've had the access. Maybe they did not understand how to read the report, but the information was available.
CEO Antle.
Yes, I remember that meeting, as well as does Deputy CEO Sherry Johnson. And it was reported to this board twice in public session last year that the estimated loss on the health plan was $1.1 million. And yes, we did ask for a 4% increase up to, and I think we were approved at a 12% increase moving forward. So there was recommendations to increase the health plan. The report that Ms. Cubison is speaking about is not a report that our office ran, and Sherry can confirm that. It was a report brought over by them, and again, it wasn't something that we routinely have access to, and if that is the case, Ms. Cubison, we certainly all need some additional training on how to follow through that system and find what you're finding, where that 2.5 million is. Prior discussion here, Acting Deputy CEO Sarah Pierce pulled up a report that shows today balance of a negative 7.7 million, $797,000, not million. And we learned that as a 3.6 through getting the act for finaled. So there is something missing here. I'm not quite sure where it is. But I'll turn it back to the board unless there's further questions, or if Sherry would like to speak.
Supervisor Jordy.
So I don't want to derail this conversation if there's something more to be said, but I had an unrelated question to the auditors.
Sherry, Deputy CEO Sherry Johnson.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board, Deputy CEO Sherry Johnson. So I'm just concurring with CEO Antle, the information that she has received. So the information that we did receive in August of 21 was that we had a deficit of about approximately $1.1 million. And so we did meet with Shamise and retired auditor Lloyd Weir. So we, at one time, we did have the deficit of, $2.5 million in the IMBR. So that's the trail that we weren't unable to find by running a report, is when we did have the deficit of $3.6 million and then being reported to our actuarial as a deficit of $1.1 million. So when we run reports, we did not see the tray where the $2.5 million was taken from the INBR to offset the deficit of the $3.6 million. So that's what we're asking for, is the reports to be able to track where the information, how we can basically follow the trail in simplistic terms.
Who do you believe is responsible for generating those reports?
Well, I believe that that I would be responsible. I believe that I was running the accurate reports that I had access to.
And now you understand that those reports were not accurate, at least the way you were interpreting.
Exactly, yeah.
So has that problem been resolved? I think what the board is after, we want to hear staff is able to accurately determine the deficit in our health plan. And every number I see is different. Can we at least agree today what the deficit is?
Darcy Antle, CEO, perhaps Auditor Controller Shamice Cubison can pull up that report and show us. You saw prior in this conversation the one that we were accessing that Sarah Pierce shared.
Auditor Controller, is that something you're able to do?
I'm not prepared to do it right this moment. I was not presented with any talking points for this discussion today. So.
I understand, and we're not going to put you on the spot if the timing is bad. Could you get back to us with that total? The deficit of the health plan to date?
I'm sure I could get back to you at some point. Yes.
Or if you think another department can do it, that's fine. But which department? How would they run the reports? What I hear is our executive office finance team doesn't have the knowledge or ability to run the report to determine the deficit.
We'll have to look at their Munis access permissions, but I'm confident that they have it.
So that we have a number as a baseline that we know we can trust. Could you bring it back to the board next meeting?
I can't promise that.
Is it difficult to determine the deficit?
I can't promise I can be present at the next board meeting.
Could you submit it for the meeting even if you're not available?
I will do my best.
So Auditor, Controller, and CEO, Antle, and County Counsel, an outside auditor, why is it difficult for this board to determine the deficit in our health plan? Why is it a multi-month, we'll do it if we, best good faith if we can? Why isn't it a push of a keystroke? Shouldn't it be in the accounting software today?
It's in the accounting software, but the fiscal year is not closed as of right now, so I don't know whether those numbers would change or not at this point in time.
Could we get the number as we know it with an asterisk that it's subject to change if more transactions post before the close?
Yes.
So that's something we could run. How long would that take? Today? Before next meeting? What's reasonable? We're making, and I don't mean to be frustrated with staff. I think you all are in a difficult position. We don't have a great process here. There's no blame, but we're making decisions about COLAs, and a multi-million-dollar expense. 1 million versus 7 million is really material for our budgeting process. And meeting after meeting, we can't seem to get to the bottom of our expenses. I don't know. I see 3.6 on a report Sarah ran. I don't know if that's close, rounded to the nearest million, is that right? Or could it be double? Supervisor Haschek.
Well, what I would like to see out of this is that here we have the executive office saying they don't have the right information for the INBR. And so this 2.5 million wasn't available to them. We have the auditor saying that, these reports are hard to generate. We have a consultant for our healthcare who, I don't know what role they're playing in it, but we've got all these different parties where we're not communicating. And I think that I would like to see that there's a agreement coming out of this, that we have some way of making sure that everyone's on the right page and the same page, and that it can't be that difficult to say, okay, we're going to share this information with you, we need this information, and let's move forward, because otherwise we're just in the dark.
CEO Antle.
If Ms. Cubison can tell us which report to run that would accurately reflect it, I'm sure Acting Deputy CEO Sarah Pierce could run that. I just don't know which report she's referencing for the health plan balance. And I feel like I work very well with the health plan. We've worked well with Shamice. It's just there's been this gap on this 2.5, and really getting it clear through the ACFR that it was utilized at the close of last year. And that was the information we were missing, because ACFR came out on July 14th of this year. They usually come out in the fall.
Do Munis reports have descriptors of some sorts, a name or an ID? What exactly are you looking for?
Was it actual to budget? What report would we be looking for?
Auditor, Controller, are you able to, or is somebody in your office able today during our meeting, we can pause at any time, tell us which report the executive office should run? We can't have this go on another month.
Chair Williams, I believe they need to look at the year-to-date budget report throughout the year, and they need to look at the balance sheet. And I'm not able to produce the balance sheet at this moment because I'm not sure if the IBNR adjustments have been made for the end of the 21-22 fiscal year. So I'm not sure if I produced a report right now today, if it would actually be accurate. So I'm not comfortable just producing a report and sharing it on the screen without knowing whether the IBNR adjustments for the end of 21-22 have been booked yet.
Can you describe those adjustments and where those live? Earlier, we heard from our outside auditor that all of the data should be in Munis. So I wouldn't think we would need to manually adjust. Isn't it all there?
It comes from the health plan consultant at the end of the fiscal year based on the experience factor and what they project. So it's something that is an adjustment that is made in Munis, but it is based on information that the health plan consultant provides.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, I think this is unrelated. On a previous board, actually City of Fort Bragg, back in the mid-1990s, the city council had voted to, approve various projects, maybe a traffic light, things that were capital projects in many cases that carried over beyond a fiscal year. And then later, for cash purposes, the money was spent on other things, and although the budget showed a balanced budget, the audit, I think it was for 1997-98, showed a fund deficit of several weeks worth of operating expenses. So there was actually a deficit discovered in the audit. As I read it, your audit shows that the county's fund balance is actually improved. But would the audit you're conducting, would it have caught something like that, say capital projects that may carry over from more than one fiscal year that were intended for that project and really obligated, encumbered maybe for those projects? Would your audit have found that those funds were indeed encumbered and therefore not available for other purposes?
It depends. It depends on what it is, what the amounts are. So I can't really say whether it would have or wouldn't have, depending on what it was.
For the close on June 30, 2021, we see $3.6 million deficit for health insurance. Is that number deemed accurate? Can we trust that?
So that is deemed to be a reasonable presentation of the financial statements as a whole. The information, as Shamice indicated, comes from the third-party health advisor that comes up with the estimates on what those amounts are that are for the IBNR. And so based upon the information that's available at that time, that is considered to be a reasonable estimate of what the liability is.
So
but those estimates could change.
I understand, but this was 15 months ago. Wouldn't we know by now?
We would get a new IBNR.
Have we received
for this? I believe so.
And do you know if the amount is significantly different than the 3.6 million?
I don't recall what the difference is between the amount they gave us at that time and the amount they gave us at this time. It's an adjusting number.
So I want to go to county council because I guess I'm frustrated that I'm asked to make decisions here, financial decisions that affect our employees. I don't have enough data to work with. We can't agree on numbers. We can't even agree if we can agree on numbers. There's now this meta problem. Nothing really adds up. And I don't know that it's anybody's fault. I don't think we have great record keeping and a great process in place to report in a meaningful way that allows policymakers to make decisions. What do we do? It's becoming a legal question.
So it's maybe a little bit broader than just a legal question. I think, I mean, you are correct that you do need information to be able to make your decisions. I don't know that I can tell you what, in terms of the software side, in terms of the logistics, what are the best and most efficient steps. I frankly might need to defer to the people with more subject matter
Does
expertise.
the board have the ability to hire a consultant to look through the data and give us an accurate report?
You definitely have the ability to hire a consultant. What I don't know is if the consultant would be able to generate an accurate report based on the things that are being said. That's a little beyond my expertise.
Is that because we may not have the data, or because the consultant may not be able to access it?
I think I'm hearing concerns on both fronts.
So the access front, the board should have the ability to get at the data, correct?
Yes. I think what I'm hearing, though, is that some of the information may be, this may be a little bit of a semantic distinction, but maybe either in the hands of consultants or otherwise not readily available.
So back to the board, I'm at the point where we're delayed, we're so far into negotiations, we can't tell what's what. I think we need to hire a consultant and have the consultant procure the data and generate reports so that we can make better decisions. Supervisor McGordy?
I'm still trying to follow our health plan, how it actually works. So, you know, in most organizations, there would be an expenditure and a reimbursement, and that should be pretty straightforward. So what's going on? So that's not something that's internal, that goes out to a consultant who manages our health plan, and then we're not getting regular reports from them, and they have to kind of true up at the end of the year, or how does that work?
Darcy Antle, CEO. Sherry, you can approach if you want to add. My understanding is the information that was provided out of Munis was always provided by prior auditor controller Lloyd Weir to the actuary. The team, the in-house team, tries to monitor claims against revenues as they come in and go out. But again, that is done on an individual basis in an Excel spreadsheet. So that's not, in my mind, the most efficient and accurate way to do something if someone's off, or again, we lose historical knowledge. But that's my understanding of how it's monitored right now. The actuary did run a IMBR, and he's recommending 2.1, 2.5 for this year. So that is an addition of funds that we would need to set aside.
So the actuary is making some of these decisions then, is that correct? So they're following the trends of expenditures, and then they're saying you should plan on funding this plan for
yes,
additional $2.5 million just based on the trend of expenditures?
Yes, yes, and that's currently because you're a self-funded account, right?
So
and we've had high claims and high acuity over this last 2 years. That kind of have ran it into a deficit. And prior years, to Chair Williams' point, there was not increases provided throughout the year. There was a need for a premium increase, but it wasn't the prior board's direction to raise the rates at the time. So there were several years where the rates never increased for the employees, but they increased for the county because of the utilization and the high acuity. So that's how you've got out of swing, the 25 to 75. Sherry?
Deputy CEO Sherry Johnson. So that's accurate. And there was also a cash flow spreadsheet that had been kept for many years by a retired auditor, Controller Weir, and that was information that he worked with our actuarial, Keenan and Associates. So that information was provided to the actuarial on, well, we were hoping for monthly basis, but it didn't always happen on a monthly basis. So as he, at the retirement of our auditor, Controller Weir, the cash flow spreadsheet wasn't being kept up. So Keenan took on that task to work on the cash flow spreadsheet that had been created in the past. So benefits staff provided Munis reports of year-to-dates to the actuarial, so he could keep track of cash flow. And then based on the claims, the cash flow, that's how we would determine what we should be budgeting for the upcoming fiscal years, and also the percentages of increases. So when we budget for claims, we would budget potentially, this last year we budgeted a 12% increase on our claims. That I'm not talking about premiums to county or employees. I'm talking about how do we budget for the 22-23. So we would determine basically on the use and what we would need to actually present a budget for the following year.
Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, my understanding is that there was also a communication between Keenan, who was managing the plan, and with former auditor Lloyd Weir. Is there any information that could be historically going back and forth between the outside health consultant and the auditor's office that should maybe simultaneously be transmitted to the healthcare team within HR or the executive office, so that there's no lag time in that information being transmitted to everybody who has a hands on this budget?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I believe that was happening when we were working with retired auditor controller Weir. So he did meet with us frequently with our actuarials and the information. So they did work together.
Supervisor Haschek.
So when we go back to that ACFR from 2021, and it was just closed out in June or July, and so it seems like we should have the information for the INBR for that previous year. Is there any indication that we're way out of whack from the 3.6 that we're looking at? Or, we had the 1.1 and then the 2.5, and then we're saying that we don't even know if that's correct.
Yeah, Sarah, Acting Deputy CEO Sarah Pierce, so you're on. I believe we have a worksheet that calculates where we're at. I don't know if you need a quick minute to make an adjustment to that, but we have the projection of the health plan deficit roughly at $6 million, I believe.
Sarah Pierce, Acting Deputy CEO. If you give me a minute, I need to pull it up and I can share it.
And
Can
No,
I
go
add?
ahead.
Yeah. If I could add to Ms. Cubison's statement, it's what's in Munis as well as the balance sheet. And I think we've learned recently that the balance sheet is only produced once per year. So finding out where we're at any given moment might be difficult. Because we asked for a balance sheet, I believe it was just about a year ago, to be able to apply for a USDA grant. And that wasn't something that we could do, and I don't believe it's something that you're able to run out of Munis, if I understood a conversation we had in the ad hoc from Ms. Cubison.
So if we have this balance sheet that's kind of the cost, the expenses that we're incurring off the books, off Munis, then I guess my question to Ms. Cubison is there a way of sharing that balance sheet with the executive office so that we're all better informed?
It's not that the information is not in Munis. It's that staff needs to understand how the revenue and expenditures throughout the year, when they net together, would impact the balance sheet. So staff needs to understand a little bit better how the balance sheet and the revenue and expenses work together in order to come up with what a projection is throughout the year if you want to make a projection. And it isn't that information is not in Munis. It's that there is an entry that's made at the end of the year based on what the actuarial has determined the IBNR is. And it's an adjustment based on what the previous IBNR and the current IBNR to the financial system. So it's not that information is being stored elsewhere. And unfortunately, I was provided no information about what the discussion topics would be today. Clearly, the executive office staff knew exactly what would be discussed today. So I'm not at liberty to just start pushing buttons and pull stuff up and tell you exactly what numbers are when I was not given any indication as to what you all wanted to discuss today. So I'm not saying that information can't be provided. It can be provided. I am confident that staff has access to the balance sheet because staff's name is on the balance sheet, the report that was produced for that meeting. So I know staff has access to it. Staff may not know how to run it again or where it's located, but they have the permissions to access it. The auditor's office may have brought information to that meeting that we had, but the report that was used for discussion purposes was produced by CEO's office staff directly out of Munis. So maybe they don't remember where to go or how to read it. That can be achieved by having another discussion offline with staff to understand how those items flow together. I'm confident we can come up with a number, but I can't put it at a fingertip at this moment. I would be remiss to say something off the top of my head. I don't recall exactly what the changes are right now.
So I appreciate that. There is a problem with process and communication here. This was the auditor controller's item. We didn't get an agenda summary. The ad hoc tried to meet, our board asked us to meet, 8 days notice. I got an email back from you, couldn't do it. So I'm all for taking items offline, but offline hasn't been working for us. I'm going to propose as a constructive idea, let's do this, let's do a screen share, full board, auditor, controller, executive office. Let's work through the report together in front of public eye and get to the bottom of it. But because what we can't have is going offline and another month goes by and no report. And I don't want to get into blame and who generated a report and who didn't before. I don't care. This board needs to know the numbers. We need to know what to work with to make decisions. And if we have to sit down and do it together, so be it. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually wanted to briefly suggest that since item 4C, the PRISM health insurance item has been moved to a future meeting, that will give auditor, controller, tax collector, Cabazon, and the executive office staff and our benefits staff time to meet and get a report together, and also to get information from the actuarial. And in my opinion, and Council Curtis might kick me, my opinion, that could and should be included in the board's discussion about moving to PRISM, because I think it is going to be really part of what the board needs to weigh and is a more appropriate time to have this discussion, not at the ACFR conversation.
Can you reiterate that for the clerk to capture as direction?
Direction is staff to bring back a current health insurance deficit information with the PRISM healthcare item.
And by staff, is that both the executive office and the auditor's office?
And yes, it is.
Does the board support?
Yes.
Yeah, I see a majority.
Yeah. And I think we ought to include the consultant too, the health consultant. And if we're looking at direction to staff and everyone, I think we need to get this whole reporting issue cleared up. And so I would direct staff to work with Ms. Cabazon to figure out how do we get those reports that we really need.
I think we've directed that in the past, though. The problem is it hasn't been forthcoming.
Well, it seems like it should be something that, within a meeting or something with a couple days preparation, we should be able to work on it and have it done. So I would say have a report back to the board by next week.
CEO Antle, can you do that? Because the ad hoc's been working with your office, and so far we've been unable.
Darcy Antle, CEO. I would just I'm trying to remember all the items that we went through last meeting, and I believe there was a meeting that was to be set up with the ad hoc and the fiscal team, executive office, and Ms. Cabazon to work through the reports that you're desiring. And so then we would have a list of all those reports. We can attempt to get that done by the 4th, but I'm not sure of, everybody's time constraints. But I believe that was one of the takeaways from last meeting in that other item.
Well, the one report we need is that INBR update the balance sheet.
Oh, certainly, we can work on that one by then. Yeah, I didn't know if you were talking the laundry list of reports. So yeah.
No, I'm just talking that's the healthcare plan.
I would support that.
Okay, I guess my question for Ms. Covison, is that something that you could work with staff on?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Supervisor McGordy?
Well, it seems to be a weak link in knowledge and education in our system of handling munis, generating reports, having all the information we need in a place where it's accessible. And as a board, we need to recognize this and prioritize it as something to fix, because this is really holding us back. We can't negotiate with labor. We get bad surprises in terms of where we are financially with the healthcare plan. We need to be more on top of it.
CEO Antle, is there a reason we can't just pull up Munis on a screen share and work through it here live?
Not to my knowledge. I don't, if I have access to run it or acting deputy CEO has access to run it, we would just need that clarification from Ms. Covison. But I'm sure Sarah can pull up her screen very quickly and we can walk through and show you. You already saw a screenshot of what we're seeing. And clearly, Ms. Covison says we're not running the correct report. So if she can point us to the correct report, then I think we could get there within minutes. I don't know why.
Given that it's only noon, is it possible for you to work with the auditor controller to get the name of the report, have one of your staff members run it, and report back later today before we leave?
Certainly, yeah.
Okay. County Council, do we need to table this item if we're going to report back?
I believe that would be the appropriate procedure.
Okay. Is there support from the board?
Chair Williams, could you please determine if you're done with CLA?
I think we are. We're going to go to public comment and then look for a motion from the board, and then we should be done. Is there any public comment in the room? Online, you can click raise hand or *9 on the phone. Seeing no public comments, back to the board for a motion. I would appreciate, if you're willing to table it and auditor, controller, and executive office to work out the reporting and come back later today.
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Roll call.
We're just tabling this meeting until a time future.
Okay.
Right? You can just make that motion. You can do that.
Okay, it's directed by the chair. Does staff need a break? Was that? Just, sorry, my list is all out of order now. Okay, we're going to adjourn for a closed session working lunch. We will hear items 6A and 6B. And we should be back no sooner than CEO until 1:30?
I believe that's fine. Yeah.
No sooner than 1:30.
What it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health provider list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year. I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad. We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me I.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
નમસ્તે, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
या ये है all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health-provider-list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year. I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another.
And keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me I.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
નમસ્તે, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
या ये है all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health-provider-list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year. I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another.
And keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me, yeah.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
નમસ્તે, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं. या ये all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health-provider-list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year. I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me, yeah.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं. या ये है all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health-provider-list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year. I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another.
And keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me I.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
Ini manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health-provider-list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year. I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
Ihr werdet mehr,
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. Ini manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं. या ये all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health-provider-list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year. I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me I.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. Hindi manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
नमस्ते, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health-provider-list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year. I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
Ihr bet mir, ja.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health-provider-list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year. I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Closed session. We discussed 6A and 6B. There was no reportable action on either. We're on agenda item 4D, discussion of possible action, including acceptance of staff report regarding vacancies over 18 months and the cost savings for eliminating any unfilled positions that have been vacant for over 18 months, sponsored by Human Resources.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board, CEO Antle, County Counsel Curtis, Sherry Johnson, Deputy CEO. I'm here with William Schertz, Human Resource Manager. So during the June 7th, 2022 Board of Supervisors meeting, the Board of Supervisors directed staff to return to the board with a list of vacant positions over 18 months vacant and report the potential cost savings to the county budget if those positions were eliminated. So that is the attachment that was received with this report, and I will turn it over to William Schertz, and he can answer any questions that you have. And we also do have Brandy Dazell from Human Resources. I believe she's in the waiting room, but she can share screen. Is she on? Okay, thank you. If there's any particular questions, or if you'd like William just to go through the spreadsheet.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. So my question is about the potential savings. So that number shows over 18 months and also over 18 months and the cost to the general fund. But some of the positions in their description don't say they're funded and don't say they're from the general fund. So I'm a little bit confused about where that number came from and how realistic that savings is.
Okay, well, maybe this is William Schertz, HR manager. Maybe if I explain the way that this spreadsheet is. Brandy, could you move to the first page, please? In this spreadsheet, there's some. The way that we have it set up is that what you see here is all general fund positions. The ones that are in red are unfunded. The ones that are red text are unfunded. The ones that are highlighted in blue are those that are all general funded, I'm sorry, all of these they're not all general funds. These are all vacant positions from the longest to the earliest. So what we have here is that those that show potential savings are those that are funded and within the 18 months older, vacant and older. The ones that are blue are identified as general funded positions, And so the way that this works is that the any potential savings that's listed in blue could be a potential savings to the general fund. In other words, there are 8 positions listed in this spreadsheet within the lines that are greater than 18 months that are designated as general fund and that are funded. And so that's where the total of $1,312,000 potential savings comes from. Supervisor Haschek.
Yeah, I mean, this is a long list, certainly. But I think the board has given direction in the past not look at non-general fund positions, public safety, and also the revenue generators. So,
right.
And I see in this list that those haven't been deleted, or those are included in this list, right?
Those are included in this list. I do have whittled down, so to speak, what those numbers would be. If you're asking if it was to not look at the non-general fund.
Right, and the public safety.
Public safety.
And the revenue generators.
Revenue generating funds. Yes, that would be, if we were to whittle all those down.
So this is Sherry Johnson, Deputy CEO. So the direction that we had received was to bring a list of all vacant positions with the cost savings. So that's what we presented today. So we would need direction from the board to eliminate, not to eliminate, or the public safety, non-general fund, and revenue generating.
So I thought the direction was general fund only, excluding public safety, excluding revenue generating. So we could turn this list into that pretty quick, even doing it together here, just going through and deleting the ones that don't meet that criteria.
Yeah, and Sherry Johnson, Deputy CEO. So William Schertz does have that information, and I hopefully Brandy has that. She could put that up on the screen also.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Well, if we have to answer that question, we should probably go to that first.
Okay. If I may, William Schertz, HR Manager. Brandy, if you could, if you could go in and show attachment A from the previous draft.
Yes, I will. Just one moment.
What I have here is, that will be coming up here, it actually distills this list into what you're asking for. And so it distills this list into only general funded, not including public safety, not including revenue generated positions. And this is what we show. And if you could see, scroll up please, Brandy. Out of all those positions, these are all general funded only. The number of positions that are greater than 18 months, there are 4 of them. 2 of them are unfunded. 1 of them is currently being recruited. The other one that is funded and not being recruited is the animal care, animal facility attendant. It's been vacant for 19 months, and with benefits, it's a savings of $73,513. The other remaining, if I went ahead and totaled out all these positions, if they were to go through the entire 18 months, eventually, all the funded ones, there would be a total of $1,621,000 in savings. Supervisor Jurdy.
Without picking any one of these positions, what's the net effect on a department that has a funded position, but it sits vacant? And my thinking is that that department may show some savings at the end of the year that rolls in the general fund, but they may have higher expenses in other line items in their budget. And I'm curious if that's sometimes a practice by a department, that they know they have some vacancies and that covers the higher expenses in other line items, or is that not true?
Deputy CEO Sherry Johnson, I would like to turn that question over to CEO Antle.
Thank you, through the chair. That is not a trend or a typical response by the departments. The departments put forward the positions that they believe they can fund. Again, overtime could be more. Like in the sheriff's office, if he's down on regular employees, he may have more costs in overtime, so there could be a balance. And typically we don't let the 2000 series cover the 1000 series unless there's a huge need.
So I liked this idea before I saw the list. I recognize planning and building might be considered revenue generating by some of us. I have contractors routinely tell me they can't get a project approved, they missed a whole building season, so they're not putting people to work. So, closing a chief planner position, I think that one of those is for the coast, which we haven't had filled in 5 or 6 years. And it's because we're not offering market rate. So really, we would be saving money where we should be spending more to actually fill the position so that we get people developing and we have a larger tax base. So I'm not real comfortable with that. And then IT, we're just finally getting caught up on 30 years of deferred maintenance in IT. That's a investment in cost savings in the long term, and record keeping, as we've seen, has been a problem. So I'm not crazy. I don't know how many positions are truly not needed when we finally get done whittling this down. CEO Antle, what's your take?
I agree with you. It's something that we've looked at in depth with Deputy CEO Johnson and William Schertz. And I don't think removing these types of positions is beneficial, especially considering the situation we're at right now with not enough employees to carry out the mandated core services that we need, and also the revenue generating positions and health and human services being social services, behavioral health, and public health. The 95% of those wages are covered by state, federal, or other grant funds.
And when we were looking at the parks, it became apparent that we have a maintenance crew that's covering far too many duties with too few people. So the idea of cutting, facilities crews, I mean, we've had buildings that have been duct taped together to hold communications equipment together. These are the positions that would help mitigate that problem. That would send us backwards. So, and William, I'm sorry, I think I jumped ahead thinking we didn't have this slide. You had already done the work that I was talking about, so I was just too quick to ask the question. I apologize.
William Schertz, HR manager. Actually, I put together a lot of scenarios. What we presented today with the original list was what was provided for the item.
Got it.
Yeah, there's a number of scenarios that we run through just to get an idea of what kind of things are going on.
Thank you. Supervisor McGordy and then Mulhern.
So I look at a list like this and I think about this as being kind of our DEFCON 3 position where our budget's really in bad shape and there's absolutely no way we're going to be able to move forward without making some serious cuts. So I kind of agree with you. If so many of these things are pretty essential. I've never felt like the county is overstaffed in a lot of departments from my own experiences working here. So it's an interesting list, but I don't know if we want to move forward on this.
Supervisor Mulhern.
As I was reviewing this agenda item, I was really trying to ponder the history of how we got here. And I think some of it does have to go back to previous CEO reports that showed our vacant positions and the positions that were in open recruitment, which there's a big number of positions that are in open recruitment at any given point. And in getting those positions filled, is not being equal. And so I think this conversation really is coming from a place where our current staff is working to try to cover the workload of all of these vacancies, and what opportunities do we have with a budget to help pay them for doing the work while we're trying to hire the people that can help them do the work. And it's really a chicken or an egg kind of thing. Would adding these positions make their job that much more comfortable that they could be at the pay that they're at if they're not doing as much work? So I think that there is some history here. Thank you very much for doing the detailed analysis that you have, but I think that if this board moves forward and doesn't think that any of these positions can go, or at least maybe should be removed from the budget, that's going to be a challenging conversation to have in the community. And I'm just now looking at this list, and do we need a deputy CEO at 153? I don't think we do. Not right now. Not when we're trying to look at our budget. So, I mean, I would like some more time to be able to look at this list and really have those conversations. Yeah, absolutely, we need a chief planner. No, we are not offering them enough money to come to Mendocino County and to come to the coast. But I think that a careful study of this list and by the departments with a very realistic lens as to whom we're going to actually hire and what that workload is going to look like for that person and what that workload is going to look like for the other employees in the department. I think I would like to see us have a little bit more time with this list.
Supervisor Haschek.
Well, I'll make a motion, and it's a little different than what was presented, but it's to accept the staff report by the Human Resources regarding county vacancies over 18 months and the cost saving for eliminating any unfilled positions that have been vacant over 18 months, and to direct staff to provide a plan based on the board priorities, which are, public safety, non-general fund, and revenue generating positions, not to eliminate those, but to come up with a plan for the elimination of vacant positions over 18 months. And it doesn't mean we have to do it, but it's certainly something we can look at with this revised list.
I have a question about that. Do you think it's, and it's a real question, is it reasonable to ask staff to do this work and come back? Or is this policy work? Does the board need to go through this list? Because for years we've kind of bounced around with staff of, would you bring this list back? Would you bring that back? Would you bring ideas? And, I think they bring ideas back according to our criteria, and then we say, no, that's not what we want. Maybe we just need to go through the list item by item ourselves.
Well, I'd ask HR, is that something that you can do? Do you feel like, because sometimes the departments a lot better than we do, and what's going on and what's really needed out there. So is that something that you could bring back and then we could discuss it?
William Schertz, HR manager. It's certainly something that we could do, and what we would do is we would look through this list, this revised list that we show up there now, and work with the departments and ask them. If you look at this list, you'll see that the far majority of the positions are less than 12 months vacant. There's an attrition rate that we have. I think it was stated earlier is 27. It's actually 27.7%. Vacancy rate that we have, but the attrition that we have continues to churn these positions. It's one thing to look at what you can save in deleting positions. It's another thing is what you can save of retaining people in the positions and getting the work done.
Yeah, I think that the bottom line is that we won't be saving that much money by eliminating even all of the, 1.6 million if we eliminated all of them that are less than 12 months, really. So, but I think it's a good exercise to look and see what we're dealing with.
Supervisor McGordy.
Yeah, I have a little bit of concern taking on as a board these kind of staffing issues because I want to hear back from the department head about how they feel on them because they might be really critical to their mission. And even though they're struggling maybe to fill them, I don't want to personally take the presumptive move of eliminating a position that they've worked hard to justify, and then it's going to be difficult to get back again, I'm guessing, is that going through the justification process is really, really difficult. You know, if we feel that we need to make budget cuts because we're really in dire straits, that's kind of a little bit different situation. But that's just my opinion.
Supervisor Jordy. Or actually, can we go to CEO Antle in case she has a rebuttal?
No, I don't. I was just going to offer up another way to maybe follow up on it if you didn't want to spend full board time on it, is that HR could work on it with the department heads and then come back to general government. It's something that we had done prior with contracts. So maybe something like that we could work through.
Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, so this list is very interesting, and it does show one aspect of vacancies, but it doesn't address positions that have a high turnover rate and are vacant for a short period of time. Then the county hires someone, and yet there's just the constant churning and the turnover, which also has a major impact on productivity of a department. So I guess I'm curious if there's a way, if HR isn't already, is there a way of also analyzing turnover rate in any of the job classifications? And part of what I'm thinking is, let's say that a department is able to hire someone at a relatively entry-level position, but that person, it's something of a dead-end job, and they look for a higher-paying county job, and then that job becomes vacant again, but the county is able to keep filling it because it's an entry-level job. Is there some flexibility that the departments have to allow that person, if they have a good employee who's learning and taking on more tasks, of moving up the ladder, essentially letting that department reclassify or create a different position and then close out that position? Because they don't need two people, maybe. They just need a person to take on progressively more important tasks.
William Schertz, Human Resources Manager. So we are able to go through and identify the attrition rate by classifications. That's something we can do. It's not something that I have done just recently, but it is something that we could do and provide that to the board. There is in those other situations, Supervisor Jordy, that you reference, is that there are situations where departments can bring to HR, and if they see a need for reclassification of an employee, or if there's a need for a different type of classification, then we certainly do work with the department and move forward with that.
Supervisor Mulhern.
I think bringing this conversation back to general government is a good idea. That makes a lot of sense to me. One of the things that we hear frequently is that departments don't want to lose a position because they won't be able to get it back again, which I think may be just sort of an ingrained myth, maybe part of a learning curve of how the hiring process works and how to do that, how to bring on employees at a higher step, how to get your employees to another step or another classification. It does seem like there's some education that could be done within the departments to move our existing employees up in pay scale based on the work that they're performing. And I just wonder, what are the opportunities to change any kind of HR policy, or what work can we do to make it easier for a department to hire for a position that makes sense, especially, and we're not talking about grant funded positions right now, we're not talking about public health, but so a lot of state and federal dollars come down for hot topics, whether that's opioids or tobacco or whatever that may be. It seems as though sometimes we hang on to positions either because we anticipate a grant or because that person was really good on that topic, and then we try to find something else for them to do that may not match their skill sets. It does seem that we don't have enough flexibility in the way that our positions are allocated to be able to be nimble when there's dollars available, and or to give up a position that's no longer serving us and make those dollars available for a different use. So is there, I'm sure you guys have thought about it, is there thoughts that you want to share with the board, or is there a plan you're thinking about working on that could come back?
William Schertz, HR manager. So there are a number of things that are in place now that departments can utilize. So they can, if they need to bring somebody in at a higher step, a new hire, they can do that. It's just that code requires that it be approved through human resources. And so that's one thing that they can do, and we do that a lot. And to my tenure here, we have never denied that a higher step to hire somebody into the county employment. So that's one thing that's available now. There are other things where departments can underfill other positions with a different type of classification, as long as it doesn't cost more. If they see a need, they can underfill a funded position with a different classification, so they can meet those needs, those changing needs that they may have, and then come back later and make some permanent adjustments if they need to. I think that human resources is very aware of the challenges that a lot of the departments have, and we're happy to entertain any kind of brainstorming or whatever we can do in order to make it easier and have a better result with the departments, as long as it's within what we have to work within, which is county code and, of course, laws, state laws, employment laws.
So I've convinced myself to flip as I've been listening and looking over this list, which probably isn't a surprise to anybody by now. I would probably close it all out, because although I look at a lot of these positions and I know we have a need, we're not going to be able to pay our employees what they deserve. We're not going to retain them. And if I have to choose between having another 100 positions where people come and go, or investing in the people we already have, I'd rather keep the people we already have. They're working, they're rooted here, they're invested in the county. I don't want them to leave. And I recognize it may be mutually exclusive. I may not be able to say I want to keep all these positions open, fill them, and bump up salaries long term. And I know we have county employees that are on state subsidies of various forms. We have employees that qualify for Medi-Cal. We're the Walmart of employers in many cases. I think one of our core values that we put in our strategic plan is moving away from that model, paying people enough that they can feel that they have a job that's dignified, they work for the county, they can afford to live in our community. That's not the case today. So, although it'd be great to have all these positions filled, it comes at a cost of keeping the churn and morale down with our existing employees. So, if I had to vote right now, I would probably vote to close it all out and reopen the positions when we have more revenue, but use this as an investment towards existing employees. Supervisor Haschek.
Well, along those lines, if we closed them all out, would we have $1.6 million in the budget that's freed up?
Darcy Antle, CEO. I think Sherry may have something to add, or William, but I don't believe that's true. I think some of these positions are in recruitment or in a certain phase already and may be funded other ways. I'm not quite sure I followed all this spreadsheet, but William.
Right. The ones that are shown as eligible on this particular spreadsheet is those that are not that are not being recruited. If I see it, yes. So for all those, so that 1.6 million are for those that are funded. that are not being recruited is the 1.6.
If you scroll down to the bottom, that 1.6 represents what we would have in actual dollars if we were to close the positions on this sheet.
Right.
Yeah.
I did, again, I look at all these scenarios, and I actually changed the formulas for those to take in consideration all those positions that are all funded, regardless of whether they're being recruited right now. And for all positions, it comes to $5,007,000 of savings. And that's for, right now we have 13 positions that are not being recruited out of these. I don't actually have the number here, but it's quite a few. So if you were to look at that, change that bottom number from 1.6 million to 5 million, that would be the savings. And that would be including all those positions that are currently being recruited.
Supervisor Haschek.
Well, that 5 million would include all those areas of non-general fund, law enforcement, and revenue enhancers. Right?
That William Schurtz.
So we don't want to go there.
Right. This list here, there may be one, as pointed out by Chair Williams, is the chief planner. I think that's probably the one that you may be considered as revenue generating, but none of these are safety or revenue generating and non-gen funded.
So out of this list, there's can you scroll up a little bit to the top? Okay, so we're not recruiting for a lot of these positions. So why aren't we recruiting for them if they've been open for 18 months? If we're not recruiting for them, why are we keeping it open?
The top 4 are 18 months or older. The top 2 are not funded, so we can't recruit anything that's not funded. And out of the other 2, from animal care and planning and building, the chief planner is being recruited right now. The other one is not.
So CEO Antle, how do you feel about the board asking you to come back with a plan like we always do, but you have better insight. You can work with the department heads. If we tell you how many positions we want overall, can you figure out the best way to allocate those positions? What we want is a high performance organization. We want people who are paid fairly that want to stay here. We want open positions to be filled because we're offering market rate. We don't want 300 extra positions with a high churn rate and pages and pages of vacancies. How do we get there? It's like, I'm asking because it doesn't feel like a policy matter that a board can vote on a Tuesday. It feels more operational.
Darcy Antle, CEO. If you set the policy in the direction, and that's the direction that you choose to go, it will take time. But I will work with the department heads, of which those that report to me, not all do, to see what we can do to eliminate some of these positions and move to a higher performing organization. I know HR is working through high performance organization. I don't know if you guys want to give some updates of what your training processes are and some of the other things that you're doing in that area at this time.
Sherry Johnson, Deputy CEO. So yes, Human Resources currently has Supervisors and Manager Academy that we've been working on. They have a leadership book club that they're also meeting on a regular basis. And there is many, if you go on to the Human Resources webpage for the training, there is many opportunities for online courses for staff too.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I think that with the elimination of some of these positions may come some contract work. And I realize that CEO Antle said, that moving funding between the funds is not that easy. But if you think about maybe some work that needs to be done by IT, we'll need to pay somebody to do that work. So that is a policy decision, whether or not we recruit internally and hire staff that we can then retain, or whether we use a contractor to get the work done. And I don't think that we have enough information today, the spreadsheet was, just put together. I think we do need to hear back from the department heads about the positions and which ones they could let go without adding additional costs.
Deputy CEO Johnson.
Sherry Johnson, Deputy CEO. So there's also policy 38, that is maintenance of the position allocation table. So I do believe Human Resources should update that policy. So it does talk about freezing positions and funding, and it is outdated. So that would be another example of what Human Resources could do, is update that policy in relation to what we're looking for right now.
And so when this comes back, I think that's the direction we're probably going. Something will come back. It's been brought up several times that the state-funded positions are not at market, and I don't mean to bring a closed session sort of topic into open. But if it's true that state-funded positions only have a cost to the county of about 5%, I look at this list and think for every one of these positions, we may be able to pay for 20 positions that are state-funded, or maybe we can boost the wages substantially for 100 positions that are state-funded. Can we have that list come back as well? Which positions that are state-funded at a high level, 90, 95%, have high churn? And we can at least, I don't know where to have the discussion. If it's about negotiation, it's going to be enclosed. Maybe it's about closing those positions. Maybe there's some other arrangement. I don't think the board has enough visibility into what's happening in the non-general fund departments. CEO Antle.
If I may, I believe Atlas is Kelsey Rivera on the line, Social Services?
Atlas Pearson, Senior Deputy Clerk of the Board. No, she is not.
Okay.
Do we have any public comment? On Zoom, you can raise hand or *9 on the telephone. Online, we have Patrick Higgy.
Chair Williams, members of the board, CEO Antle, County Council Curtis, my name is Patrick Hickey. I'm the field representative. Can you hear me?
We can now.
Okay. Chair Williams, members of the board, my name is Patrick Hickey. I'm field representative with SEIU Local 1021. And I don't think you all are looking at this information the right way. The county will be lucky to fill a quarter of these positions over the next year. In fact, for years, for every new hire, the county loses an employee. So the county has over $30 million budgeted for these positions. Some are general fund, some are non-general fund, some are from the road fund, some are considered revenue producing, some are considered safety. But the big picture that the board needs to focus on is that the majority of these positions will not be filled, and the money is better spent providing increases to help retain current employees and raising salaries to the level that will help with recruitment. We need to recruit deputies and corrections officers, and the way to do this is to be competitive with other counties and police departments. Repurposing a quarter of these funds to raising salaries is what it'll take to actually fill the other positions that the county is trying to recruit for. But honestly, you don't even need to eliminate any of the positions. You know as a board that this money is in the budget and the majority of these positions will not be filled, leaving those funds available. The way the board should be thinking about it is how much money is available for you to use. You can act to support county employees by providing a reasonable COLA and at the same time increase the county's ability to recruit qualified staff for the hundreds of vacancies. This has gone on for way too long. It's time for the board to move from supportive words to taking action. Thank you.
Is there any public comment in the room? Okay, it's back to the board. Supervisor Haschek.
Well, again, I'll make the motion that we direct staff to come back with a plan about the elimination of jobs that have been open or vacant for over 18 months. But those are only from the, we're not going to deal with public safety or, non-general fund or the revenue generating positions.
I'll second the motion.
Supervisor Mulhern?
I mean, that was 4 positions.
That's what this is.
I don't know why we would need that to come back. There's only 4 that are over 18 months.
Well, there are going to be more as we move along each day that these jobs aren't filled. We're going to have extra ones.
So I support the intent, but I feel like we already gave that direction and they brought it back. We're looking at it. So I'm not sure what they would bring back other than we could have a repeat of this presentation.
Well, I think part of it is like Supervisor McGordy said, that we aren't in the position to really tell these departments, you don't need that position, really. That it needs, I think there needs to be that conversation between the departments and HR and the CEO's office to really come back with a plan. And that's what I'd like to see.
So Supervisor Hashak, I would support that. In the CEO's office with all of the positions that are on the revised page.
That we're going to close all of these positions unless we get justification on each one why to keep it open. Because I think if you ask department heads, do you have any positions you want to close, the answer will be no. We've gone through this exercise before. I think it would create a different dynamic if we were to decide we're closing all of these unless you come forward and tell us why it's critical that it remain open and how you plan to fill it.
Yeah, I could go with that.
Yeah, me too.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Would that be the list that we were just shown, or would that be that list only over 12 months? Do you want the list, the report brought back to include all of the currently vacant funded positions?
I would like that. I'd like a rebuttable presumption that these positions should be closed. If you can show us otherwise, we'll keep it open. But we need to talk about why they're vacant for months and months, because I think just leaving a position that's been vacant for a year, we can decide to keep it funded, but we're probably not going to fill it. If nobody applied who was qualified within 12 months, why do we think in the 13th month that'll change? We probably need to fund those positions at a different level or change the job description. Something else needs to transition. So I would like staff to justify every position that's open except public safety and revenue generating and non-general fund. CEO Antle.
Just to confirm, so we're looking at the second list that William put up with reference to the positions that to be removed. And that would be, again, we're not looking at non-general fund, public safety, and revenue generating. Is this list, is that correct?
That was my understanding. County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to note, my department actually has 2 positions on this list that have already been filled. So I don't know if you want a justification for positions that are not vacant as of now.
No. I'm not that unreasonable. Supervisor McGordy.
So is your intent, if there is money to be saved, that it would be reinvested back into existing employees in the form of COLAs or benefits?
Well, that would be my hope.
Yeah, me too. So are we clear with the motion?
Atlas Pearson, Senior Deputy Clerk of the Board. No, I'm going to need a clear restatement for the record.
Well, I think we're directing staff to look at the special list that Mr. Schertz provided of all the vacancies with over 1 year duration, and to have departments justify the reason for keeping it funded or on the list. Otherwise, they get eliminated.
I believe that list is for 1 month.
Does go all the way to the, as of August 20th, because we're in a, to get ready for this item, that was the most recent list at the time. So all these positions that show as 0 were vacated within a month. Anything that shows as a 1 month and beyond are at least been vacant that long, at least those number of months. So this is a fluid situation. This is a snapshot in time.
So if we go back to anything that's vacant for a month, we're talking a lot.
On this list, there's 45 positions.
Okay. I'll go for a month if that's doable.
Roll call. Who was the second? Jody? Jody,
Yeah,
do you
I agree.
agree with the language?
Yes.
Right. Roll call.
And I want to clarify, is part of the motion also incorporating the language for the recommended action to accept the report?
Sure, why not? I'm sorry, that's not mine to make. Does the first agree?
I didn't hear it.
Do you agree that we're also accepting the report?
Yes.
Does the
Yes.
second agree? All right, roll call.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty?
No.
And Chair Williams?
Yes, but I would like to understand why Supervisor McGorty doesn't support it.
So I'm just concerned 1 month is a little bit too short. I would like to see this pushed out a little bit more, because there are probably some departments that are in recruitment that probably will fill the position. I think 6 months is a more reasonable.
So, well, it already passed, but for discussion, the reason I support 1 month is I think some of the positions at 1 month likely have churn, and I'd like to understand why. So if the department comes back and says, we keep hiring people and they get promoted, well, that's fine, we'll keep it open. But this at least gives us a way to get some eyes on it, to understand why those positions are vacant.
The motion carries with Supervisor McGorty dissenting.
Item 4E, discussion and possible action, including review and direction to staff on the space needs assessment of county-owned facilities, sponsored by General Services.
Good afternoon, board members. Janelle Rao, General Services Agency. It is a pleasure to be here after a long day. So thank you for taking the time to receive this report, and also for this board giving the General Services Agency the direction to actually pursue this analysis. It is very much so a long time in the works, and something I know during my tenure that I really it was a priority. So through your strategic planning and giving us the direction to pursue this, we were able to come up with what I believe is some valuable information for this board and the county to use in the years coming. With me, I have the team that's been working on this since mid-2021. And along with this team here, and I'll introduce each of them, you've had many of the facility staff at various levels. We have project specialists, we have building maintenance mechanics, we have a building maintenance mechanic supervisor that have all assisted at one point or another in the information gathering and the process to developing this. So with me today, Kyle Maddie, who is from NMR, and I'm not going to try to pronounce it because I get it wrong every time. Dan Mazzani, who is our assistant facilities and fleet, or who is the facilities and fleet division manager, and then Doug Anderson, who is the assistant facilities and fleet division manager. I'm not going to go too much into it. There's a lot of information that we tried to put together for you in the staff report and the report itself. I did want to indicate, as previously mentioned earlier today, you have facilities spread throughout this entire county. We have over 60, I say plus or minus, owned facilities. You have 12 that are leased, and then a very large portfolio of rented storage space. So Kyle will go through the process by which they analyzed this, and then I'll go forward and answer any board questions and then refer to what we call considerations. So based upon the findings throughout our analysis, the review at each facility, and then meeting with various departments, we came up with what we believe were some actions that the board could consider. I will say and want to emphasize, there is a summary within the report that I like to go to, and I'll go find the actual page, but it contains an analysis, basically the extremes, the extreme underutilized and the extreme overutilized, so to speak. So you have various extremes, and that was very evident in our review. And as you go through this and see some of the consideration that we presented to the board today, it's based on those findings. So with that, I will turn it over to Kyle.
Hello, I'm Kyle Maddie with NMR Architects. So first off, I just wanted to thank you, board, for letting us do this exercise, and also let you know you have a good crew of departments out there. They were all very helpful as we went through and toured their spaces and gave us a lot of good information on how they're utilizing their space. So this is really step 1 of 3 for the facilities needs assessment. This is looking at the space needs. So what does each department need to perform their whatever service it is they're doing effectively and efficiently? The second piece is a facilities assessment, which we're wrapping up here fairly shortly. And then the last piece is a master plan, or a list of priorities on what we would see when you combine the needs of the county plus how the facilities are actually performing. So in the space needs assessment, first we asked for input from all the department heads. We sent out some surveys that gathered some information and how they needed to use the space. So how many staff members they had, what types of workspaces they needed, and then also other spaces that they needed to perform whatever services they do. We gathered that information, tried to make sure that we knew what everything meant, and then interviewed each of the department heads or some representative and tried to figure out if it was all saying the same thing, and then toured their departments and saw how they were really utilizing the space, and looked at some spaces that maybe they could multitask or use better, or anything else that came up, maybe they forgot on their surveys. We also developed some workspace standards so that we could, across the county, kind of make sure the people were using a similar size space for a similar type of job, depending on what department they were in. And then the results of that are an architectural space program where we determine how much area each department needs, based on the square footage we got from them. We put in some grossing factors to figure out what the gross area of the building should be that they would be in. So the second piece to that is looking at the existing space and how much area they're actually in and occupying right now. And as we were analyzing that, we looked at current usage, how much space they had versus how much they needed. And then we also asked them to look forward into the future for 10 years. What do they think they might need in 20 years? What do they think they need? And as we were looking at the current year, we decided to split that into 3 pieces. And the last discussion is very similar. We looked at allocated positions. So if everything was filled right now, how much space would they need? How many staff members would they have? The second thing is if it was just the filled positions, assuming that everything went away that was allocated but not filled, how much space would they need? And then the last thing is we looked at who's working from home or remote working, and what does that do if you put a multiplier on their workstation space? How much space would they need if they had some cafe or touchdown space instead of a full normal working space? So based on that, we came up with a few recommendations, and Janelle will probably pull up the extremes table, but there's a few things that really jumped out. One is the EOC. It's got about half the space it needs, and right now it's shared between some sheriff spaces, and it's in the sheriff's building, and then a couple pieces are out in other buildings. So that's one hot button item. A couple other public safety facilities they need a lot more space. The DA was one of the first ones. They're in the courthouse right now. They've got some other issues. When the courts move out of that building, they'll have to deal with having the entire building to themselves and not in the right spot. Probation, specifically the Ukiah Adult Supervision Division needs a lot more space, and it really needs to be operated, changed to make it so they can operate more efficiently. The sheriff is also another one that's, you've probably heard a few things about the sheriff before, or the sheriff's space, but they definitely need more space, especially in the Ukiah area for patrol, sheriff's admin, and jail admin, that whole complex. Cannabis is a department that is growing or has a lot of new positions that they have outgrown their current space. Might be a couple options for what to do with that. Building and planning is another one that in Ukiah is bursting at the seams, but in Fort Bragg, they're really bursting at the seams. And I think they probably have a few positions that they might not even be able to fill because they don't have space for them. You'll see a few department heads might tell you that also. Then the last one would be elections, that during the election cycle, they need a little more flex space to be able to make things work more efficiently. So then on the other end of the spectrum, a few buildings that are not utilized at all or not well is Willis Justice Center, completely vacant except for Willits PD is in there. The WISC is one that, the Willits, I forget what the rest of WISC stands for.
Integrated Services Center.
Thank you. Anyway, as you walk through it, it feels very underutilized. They might be able to adjust where they're providing services to fill that up better. And then another big one in Ukiah is the child support building. They've completely changed the model of how child support works over the last, 10 years or so. And so they have a lot of vacant positions, but also space that they're not utilizing, just because they started with a bigger building for more staff. So that's the super fast overview of what an architectural space program or what a space needs assessment is, and a few things about your county. What do we have for questions?
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think since the time that your report perhaps was completed, there have been some changes with the EOC and that building in particular, so I would love it if staff could address that. And then also, I personally have been advocating to wait to move any offices until this report was done, and I regret that. I don't think this provided me with the information I thought it was going to. I hear you saying there's more to come, but in cannabis in particular is department that is growing rapidly and does need to be near other county departments, planning and building, code enforcement, the ag department. So your report didn't really reflect that. And I know that for me as a supervisor, and I think for some of my colleagues, having an effective cannabis program is a priority. And so I would like for the board to have a discussion today about what our options are to be able to fill some of the vacancies that are funded for that department, and also just discuss who's currently in, and I'm sorry, I don't know the address of cannabis, but who else is currently in there, where they may potentially go, because I did see maybe some room in county counsel's office, maybe some room in the executive office, that perhaps cannabis could remain in Ukiah and then go to other locations. And I have a wild vision that the Willits Justice Center could become housing, which there is funding for, or else we could sell it. But I think that there's, I hope that we can have a couple of those conversations and those discussion points today.
I second selling it.
If I might, through the chair,
Please.
I can go ahead and address the General Services Agency Director, provide an update on the EOC or the Office of Emergency Services. So General Services was given direction through the CEO to identify space that may or may not be considered as a potential, whether you call it short-term or long-term, EOC location that's more suitable than, of course, the current location, which is in the Donovan Room, which is a joint shared training space for the Sheriff's Office, who also has identified alternative uses for that space. So with that, we looked at space that could be considered a potential and identified, we call it building number 35. It's currently the location on Bush Street adjacent to the admin center, and analyzed current occupants, who was there, and are there alternative locations for that staff? And in that, it was joint shared by the executive office, your alternate defense operations, and the Cultural Services Agency administration staff. The Cultural Services Administration staff identified space within the current library building footprint. We have identified available leased space for the alternate defense, and I believe that the executive office staff were relocated into other vacated space that was available. Currently, right now, you have within that current footprint, it's about 4,000 square feet. You have the Office of Emergency Services staff that are currently in there, along with, I call them the disaster preparedness, so the PERM team are also co-located there. We are going to be returning, once we get direction from this board, that's the desire of this board to move forward with that as more of a permanent consideration for an EOC when it's activated. We, the General Services Agency, will be bringing forward an item at your next meeting, or the one as soon thereafter in October, for the consideration of the feasibility of that. What are the code requirements for EOCs versus just general occupancy for office space, and any alterations that may need to be made for that building. We do know some low-hanging fruit there. There's no generation power right now. There's likely some work that will need to be done to the electrical panel. So there are some that are knowns. But we are also, we've received some grants recently under HMGP for generators, and I believe we've identified that building would be suitable, and are working with that grant funding. So that would be a grant-funded generator that would be able to support that. Regarding your other comments on especially the Willits Justice Center and cannabis, we were careful and to say considerations. I didn't want this board to think that these were the only solutions or the only alternatives, particularly with cannabis. We know they need more space. We know that they're hiring and expanding. As evidenced by the report, they are shown in the red. That's one of the extremes, that based on our analysis and their current staffing and their planned staffing, they're going to need more space. I do know that that is a shared occupancy. I believe that we have safety, risk, and I'm not certain if they're in some fiscal staff, but I think they may be relocated that are also within that current building. Building number 26 is what I call it. It's another approximately 4,000 square feet. So that is a consideration for this board. There is space that could be freed up. Are there alternative locations for the staff that's currently occupying that building? It's quite likely. That's more of an operational discussion that you would have with those that are within there now. The Willits Justice Center, just a few things. I call them fun facts when we look through the history of our building ownership. The Willits Justice Center dates back to the 80s. There was a joint agreement between the county and the city of Willits. The city of Willits owns the land, the county owns the building. There are multiple site leases. There's a site lease from the county and the city, county. One for the land, one for the building. The city of Willits does have a lease with the county, and I believe it's through 2056 for occupancy within that building. It's just a considering point. So the Willits PD occupies a small portion of that. The Willits Justice Center also once housed a court system. So pursuant to your joint transfer agreements and your joint occupancy agreements with the courts, the county would be obligated to buy out a portion if we were to sell it. So the value of the land, when you appraise the value of the land you would remove, you would look at the likelihood of the transference of that leasehold as well. So those are just considerations. It's sitting there, it is vacant. We are spending money monthly to keep it heated and cooled.
How much?
I believe we gave that. I can look it up. I pulled it together at one point in time. I just don't recall off the top of my head what it's not a small amount because it is a large building. But those were just considering factors. It is a building. It's there. It's available. It's ready for occupancy. There was some discussion at one point in time, some time ago, about cannabis relocating there, and I know that there were back and forth discussions on whether it was viable, being in close proximity, as Supervisor Mulheron mentioned, to county services, and whether or not that was even appropriate. And I haven't had a recent discussion with the cannabis director, but I'm not certain if CEO Antle might have something further to add.
Yes, I believe that we all learned last week that she would like to be considered, the cannabis department would like to be considered to move up to the Willits Justice Center.
Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, I appreciate that Supervisor Mulhern does not support moving cannabis to Willits. I think it's the best use of that empty building, and it's approximately the same square footage as the planning and building services in Ukiah. It's approximately the same square footage as Juvenile Hall. It's a very large building. It's actually in very good condition, but unfortunately, just the economics and the location of it in Willits, there really isn't a prospective buyer. So I think its highest and best use would be for other county services. And the only service that I can think of that really makes sense is the cannabis program, given where the proximity of Willits to the bulk of the permit holders.
Supervisor Haschek.
Well, I think that the city of Willits is interested in expanding up into the Justice Center for the police department and such. But at the same time, if we have a cannabis department that needs more space, and I think it would be certainly appropriate to look at it and see what it would take to make that move. We've got a timeline that's very present and coming up soon, and we need to have the cannabis department staffed up as much as possible. And if it's a space requirement that's limiting that staffing, then we need to do something about it, and we can't take away time from their work. So would it take a week of transition time, or what would it take to make a move like that? I guess, is it just moving computers or the furniture that was bought, or what?
if I might, through the chair, Janelle Rao, General Services Agency. The building is in an occupiable condition right now. There would need to be probably some IT wiring updates, but you're minimal. So you would be looking at relocating office furniture, relocating computers. I do believe there's some requirement to provide your employees with notice regarding their relocation as well, meaning their reportable location. So I'm not certain what that timeline is. It's less than 2 weeks. I believe that you do need to give them notice that they're, I guess, reporting home or workplace would be, so it would be from Ukiah to Willits. But beyond that, it's more logistical than anything. I don't want to speak necessarily from the operational perspective because I know Ms. Nevedal is here, but I do know that from a logistical perspective, that would be the majority of the work that would go into relocation.
Could we make, County Council, can we make that decision today?
The decision with respect to relocation?
Yeah.
Give me just a moment to look at the agenda item and make sure there's nothing on the HR side that would need to be brought back as well.
Supervisor McGordy?
So that's building 26, correct?
Building 26, sorry, Janelle Rao, General Services Agency Director. Building 26 is the current building that cannabis resides in. Willits Justice Center, as evidenced on here, is approximately 16,000 square feet. If this board is giving, and a portion of it is occupied currently by Willits PD, the other portion is still considered court space. Should the county look to occupy that space, we do have the ability to either buy them out or lease it back from them. And I have looked into that in the past. I haven't engaged with the courts in some time, but it's most definitely something we could pursue. But the entire upper floor, which I believe I can confirm square foot representation, the upper floor, we'll verify, and I believe we have it here. It's vacant.
And then what would you do with building 26 if we no longer had cannabis there?
So hypothetically speaking, if you're looking at the highest best use, your public safety operations right now are showing extremes in a lack of space. They're bursting at the seams, for lack of a better way of putting it. Probation is an adjacent building, and hypothetically speaking, this board could look into the feasibility of expanding probation, and that's just an example. We would want to make certain that this board gave us what you believe your priority use of that adjacent space would be. We would tell you it's 4,000 square feet. CEO Antle can speak to the ability to relocate those staff that are currently located in there, so whether you would have the totality of the 4,000 square feet to work with. But given the findings in this report, particularly with looking at your public safety operations really needing space, I would suggest that would be a place to look to start. And then staff could update this board through the CEO on those findings, and in working with your public safety agencies, including the Chief Probation Officer, as to whether or not that would even be a viable option for them.
How is it that we're bursting at the seams and yet our head count really hasn't changed? And public safety tells us they can't recruit, they can't fill positions, we're down on officers, and yet we don't have enough space. I don't doubt you, but I'm just having a hard time when I juxtapose those two stories, putting it together. Is each person using more space than they did historically?
Through the chair, General Services Agency Director, what I can say is that for the most part, the space is accommodating their administrative or management staff, not necessarily your deputies that are on the street. Although there are your substations that again serve as working points for your deputies that are on the street. But for the majority of your public safety departments, which in addition to the sheriff's office, you're also talking probation, we are talking about the district attorney's office. They have exceeded their space. In the district attorney's case, I know that there was information that dates back in a study that was done that they were exceeding their space, I believe, since 2010. They are spread out throughout the courthouse, and they are also occupying a small portion of the Child Support Services building, which, as you can see from the evidenced report, Child Support Services building is showing to being one of the most, if not the most, underutilized building.
So I was really excited about this report because I thought it would show we have excess space and maybe we could maintain less and, you know, make some money selling off the unused buildings. But I don't see how you're going to, you know, combine the alternate defender with juvenile hall or public health with planning and building. So it's interesting to look at this chart. The only one that caught my eye that I thought, oh, there's a building that we don't need was the Willits Justice Center, and now my colleagues want to put cannabis in it. So was that your take, that really it's interesting data, but nothing much will shift?
Through the chair.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think when you look at this, there's opportunity for efficiencies. There's most definitely underutilized space. How you co-occupy is really an operational assessment. You really have to dig down further. So for example, public health, which also co-locates with behavioral health, there's a great deal of underutilized space in that building.
Who do we do?
Who do you
want to put there?
And that's more of an operational discussion, not necessarily as part of the space analysis, so to speak. I do believe that there's opportunities. You know, if you look at child support services as an example, the child support services is drastically underutilized. If you considered that for the district attorney in the future.
Yeah, I don't think that building is ADA.
You would have to be looking at most definitely some retrofitting.
Yeah, so I'm back to, I thought this report was coming forward to save us money. CEO Antle, how are you going to save money with this? This is operational. This is yours.
Well, thank you for that question, Chair Williams. I think it gives us an opportunity to look at the staffing that we just spoke about prior and work with this team to figure out where those best locations are, such as Ms. Rao mentioned. I believe probation was actually moved out of building X26, building 26 during COVID. And they've all condensed into the probation office, and then they lost one of their offices to the fire out front. So I understand why some of these offices are much more condensed or compact now. With regards to teleworking, and I think that's kind of what they referenced here during this study, a lot of folks were teleworking, so I'm not quite sure. We have to get a better sense or relook at it and see who has come back to work versus who's still working at home and at what levels are they working from home. And does this board want to provide office space for somebody that works 95 or 85, 75% at home? I mean, we would have to discuss that.
I understand, but if you have a building that's 7% vacant, you don't get to sell 7% of it. So where's the saving money in this, the next steps? I mean, it's really interesting data, and I see that, you know, we have some department, public safety needs more space. But what I was hoping is we would find, we own 60 buildings, we lease 12, maybe we could lease 8. Maybe we could consolidate some of the buildings that are leased into what we own and cut down on the number of overall facilities. I'm not getting that impression from this report. The impression I have from this report is, it is the way it is, we're going to leave it.
CEO Antle, it would be at the direction of this board if you would like to close down some of your offices that are not in the central part of this county. So if you wanted to look at closing down a Willits facility or a Fort Bragg facility or something to that effect, that would be at the direction of this board.
Supervisor Haschek?
Well, looking at this building 35, which is the one out here that we've talked about EOC being there, I thought it was happening. And so it says that, you know, staff is looking for direction from the board to really go ahead with the feasibility study of it and all that. And so what I would like to do is go away from today, at least getting the EOC determined and making sure that we have, well, staff has what they need as far as direction to make that happen. So can you tell us what you need?
Thank you. Through the chair, Janelle Rao, General Services Agency. We did give some considerations for this board. We do want to leave here with direction on the EOC, so thank you for bringing that to the forefront, because that is an immediate priority need. Although we have been working on it somewhat in the background, as mentioned, we do want this board to take that action and give us the direction to move forward with feasibility so that we can return and have an operating. The goal would be to have it functional for the next season. You know, we have staff in there now. Could you use it as an EOSA? You could. However, it doesn't have a generator in it yet. So there would be some immediate priorities that we'll be working on. We just needed board direction in order for that to happen. So that would be one.
So can we agree on that direction for Building 35?
I can agree.
If I may add, through the chair, Darcy Antle, CEO, and as Ms. Rao mentioned, we have been working on relocating those other departments and moving forward to make that happen, and then keeping the sheriff's office informed. We would like it to go faster, but we're not as fast as we can be, and I think this direction will help move IT and facilities to take the next step, because we will have to move some internal walls and ensure that the IT infrastructure is in place, and then we can look to rent a generator if needed short term to get us through till we can get one in place.
Yeah, so my understanding is that Sheriff Kendall is on board with this idea. And so, Ms. Rao, do you have everything you need to proceed with that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, very good.
Supervisor McGordy.
So I just wanted to give a little counterpoint to Chair Williams' idea that maybe we'd save money. I didn't expect us to save money. I just thought we would have an inventory so we knew exactly where we stood, which is really important, is to have a sense of how well utilized are our spaces. And I'll give you some institutional memory here. So in 1992 or 93, the Board of Supervisors directed us to get rid of all the rented property that we had all over town, and everybody was scattered. The Board of Supervisors was in one place, and so that's how this campus came to be. And the thought would be that we would try to centralize here as much as we could and repurpose the old hospital, which is what we're kind of sitting on the edge of. I don't know if this was actually in it or not, but the idea was to create a campus atmosphere and trying to hold us all together. We saw some real advantage of in terms of support services and accessibility of people to be able to talk to each other. And, I think it's worked pretty well. So I wasn't necessarily expecting us to come up with a list of surplus property to get rid of. If cannabis is willing to go to Willits, that would solve a huge problem, because clearly we don't have one contiguous space to put that many people in. So that's just my observations. I don't see us having a lot of surplus property that we can put on the market.
Supervisor Haschek.
Okay, so as far as another direction, is that if cannabis is willing to go to Willits and they need that space, I think that we should give that direction and have them make that move as quickly and efficiently as possible.
Director Nevedal. Do you want to make sure that the board...
Do you want me to chime in about Willits?
Yeah. Does your staff support it? Do you support it?
The majority of our staff supports it. I mean, we significantly need space. We can't manage any additional hiring where we're at currently without doing a heck of a lot of development in the building, which I think would take us significant amounts of time to conduct. We do have some staff that we might lose going to Willits. We have one staff person that doesn't drive, which will be really challenging. And then we have a lot of our staff assistants, and at least one of our planners is very concerned about the cost of fuel, driving to and from Ukiah to Willits every day. I also had a general question about fleet vehicles. We have a number of fleet vehicles, and I'm not sure about parking or securing those vehicles in Willits. But our space needs are pretty dire currently.
If I might, just real quick to Ms. Nevedal's comment about vehicles and parking, it is a justice center co-located with Willits PD. There is a designated parking area for the county. It's not secured, but you would be partnering with the Willits Police Department, so it's fairly safe.
Supervisor McGordy.
And your clientele, have any feedback from them about having something located in Willits? Is that good, bad, indifferent?
We have not checked in with our clientele, but our clientele all needs building permits, at least the vast majority of them, so they're active in planning and building services. They are working regularly with the TTC as our department staff. They also require permitting from Department of Ag, so it will separate us off of the clientele's needs, which are centrally located here on the campus, which may be hard as we're doing tax appeals, we're managing waivers and some other programs. I don't think it's impossible task, but it would add drive time to our clientele who would have to do part of their permitting here, the rest of it in Willits.
I'm curious, in the permitting process, how much time on average do people spend with you proportionate to the other agencies they have to deal with?
They probably spend most of their time with us as opposed to other agencies, but building permits, depending on the type of project they have, may be incredibly time consuming and put them at planning and building quite a bit. So if they have a number of structures, hoop houses, drying facilities, they would be at building and planning services quite a bit. Additionally, if we are going to take on cannabis facility business licenses, all those payments come in through Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. So that would really split the activities for those folks, but we can't consider taking that on until we can staff up. So we're in a little bit of a chicken and the egg scenario currently.
So the bottom line is you support it.
I support the space, and if that's our option, I think we need the space pretty direly. If we're going to staff up, we definitely need additional space to do so.
Question for staff. Is this the only space that's available? Looking at the list, child support services, public health. Can you put cannabis with public health? Is that?
Darcy Antle, CEO. I don't know that would be the best fit for
What
the
about
folks.
public defender? I'm just going down the list of where we have empty space. You're saying that there's nowhere else. This is the only place cannabis can go, unless we want to buy another building.
With what we're presented with today, yes, I would agree with you.
All right, so Supervisor Haschak wants to give direction. I support it. Glenn, Mo, Dan?
Yeah.
Looks like it's supported unanimously. Supervisor Haschak.
Okay, the next issue is the DA's office and switching over to the Child Support Services building. So we're looking at a new courthouse and the benefits of that and all. And so what's the timeline for that? I mean,
If I might, through the chair, Janelle Rao, General Services Agency Director. I believe that the anticipated construction for the new courthouse is 4 years. So within the next 4 years, I don't know how feasible that is. So we're looking at starting the feasibility of that location. That building is drastically underutilized right now. It is a multi-level facility. I call it the basement, the mid floor, and then the upper floor. The upper floor is entirely underutilized. There's no utilization whatsoever. As I mentioned previously, the DA is currently occupying a small space in the basement of that building. As mentioned by Chair Williams, there would need to be some consideration as far as ADA accessibility, secured parking. There's going to need to be some acknowledgement that there's work to be done there. But to start the feasibility, I think, is the most important part. We will need some direction to also do some research, which may include County Council, on the acquisition of that building, the funds used to acquire that building, and whether or not there are any restrictions on that building due to the funds that were used. We've identified that in the report. From my research has showed that there was family support excess funding that was used to purchase the building. There's been some very preliminary outreach to the state who has indicated that there may be some need for the county to compensate the state on if we were to occupy it for an alternative use, but that's just very preliminary. We would need to do that research and drill down into the viability of even if it is it's sitting there vacant, and even if it was used for state funds, what are we doing letting it sit there basically 75% or more underutilized?
What is the deferred maintenance rounded to, say, the nearest 10 million?
On that building?
Yeah.
That building itself is actually in a fairly decent condition. As we've been going through this space utilization, we're also doing a facility condition assessment. There's been a great deal of remodel actually within that building. So I don't think you're in the millions on that building. I don't know about roof or HVAC or that, but that building's in a fairly decent condition as compared to your other real property in your portfolio.
Supervisor Haschek.
So in the next 4 years, and we have these pressing needs of the alternative defender, the probation, some of these other departments. Do you think that they could be, using the child support services building? Because it seems like that's very underutilized. So what can we do to make some of these other problems get them what they need?
I think what you have to look at is your pressing needs and the knowns. We know that the courthouse will eventually be vacant, the current courthouse, which is where the district attorney is located now. We know that the district attorney is exceeding that space now, meaning their operational need exceeds the space they have available. Those are knowns. We know that child support is currently underutilized. We know that it's in an adjacent location to the proposed new courthouse. The district attorney at some point will need space, and it won't likely, it is quite unlikely that residing in a courthouse that'll be vacant is viable. So you'd either have to be finding owned or leased space for the entire district attorney operations.
So you could envision some kind of transition going on that, if he needs more space, they could have it, or, have we talked to the DA about this issue?
Yes. I had some very, early on, had some meetings with the district attorney. Of course, I didn't want to present this as a viable option in working with the CEO without the district attorney's concurrence. And he has agreed that the space would be most definitely of consideration, especially with the close proximity to the new courthouse. I'm certain that there will, need to be some consideration as far as safety for parking and that, because it will be a different change in use. But most definitely, I would see a transition. We would also need to work to relocate child support services and find suitable space for them. That building itself, I believe, they're only using maybe, I think, 3,000 to 4,000 square feet currently of the entire building. So we would find something suitable for them that either is leased. I know that I've been talking with other agencies throughout our area and in close proximity again for them to the courthouse on available space. I have talked with the Child Support Services Director about these findings because it was very evident that it was going to come out this way and didn't want anyone to be blindsided by that.
So I'm looking at the total square footage and putting together that we have about 600 square feet per employee. Seems a bit excessive. How much square feet should a county have per employee? I mean, I could literally move in. We all could.
I've never heard it phrased like that, space per employee. Yeah. That's interesting, but look at this room. There are no employees for this room, but it's a space that the county has.
Yeah, but this should be the exception, right? The public comes here, they kind of live here on Tuesdays. Most space isn't like that. It should be utilized. I don't know, 600 square feet per employee just strikes me as too much. I mean, we have to maintain all of that. We have to heat it, utilities.
We would most definitely agree that the building is drastically underutilized.
600 square feet per employee. Well, unless you work in public safety and then you're like shoved into a closet.
I do know that just another point for consideration is with the telework environment, you have the potential for a great deal of savings in space. Now, whether or not that would realize the ability to surplus owned property, it's yet to be seen. If your space is being utilized more efficiently in more of a cafe environment, you may free up space that you could potentially partner with other community partners that may actually pay a rent for that space. So I do see there's opportunity, Chair Williams, although surplusing buildings, and as mentioned by CEO Antle, unless this board were willing to give direction to pursue potentially closing down buildings and consolidating and condensing, what you have right now doesn't lend much other than the Village Justice Center.
How many employees do we have in the 45,000 square feet at Public Health?
Public Health has 116 allocated and 78 filled. That's for their entire department.
Only 78 employees, okay.
And of those, we just to add, I'm sorry, we were trying to obtain data on the number of authorized telework employees too, because it is a metric and a factor to consider. We didn't receive that information until after we generated this report, but I do believe there's a fair number in Public Health at telework as well. That building is also shared with behavioral health. And then also one of the suggestions that we did put through for consideration is on-site clinical provision. So on-site clinical vaccination, and I know CEO Antle may speak to this, for other uses of a clinical capacity. We used to have an on-site, the county did have an on-site clinic, and I see his Supervisor McGording nodding his head, that historical knowledge. I don't know the history of why that was eliminated, but if you, hypothetically speaking, were to give us direction to move forward with that, we would assess that space. We would relocate the behavioral health space into vacant space that's currently sitting there as underutilized. So you would see your numbers improving. Now, whether or not we can look at co-occupancy and other arrangements to lease out space to look at your cost of ownership and offset some of those expenses, I believe that you will have some opportunities that could come from this if you are more efficiently using your space.
Supervisor Hascheck.
Well, I see Chief Locatelli has entered the room, so he might have a comment or two about the Building 35 and expansion of probation into that. So I'd welcome him to comment any way he'd like.
Yeah, good afternoon. Eisen Locatelli, Chief Probation Officer. I actually don't have your report, so you'll have to enlighten me on what Building 35 is. But I can talk about
it's where cannabis is right now.
Oh, so if the board remembers, that was part of the probation department until recently, especially during COVID, and then the EOC was put in there. Probation was asked to vacate the building, which cost us our day reporting center. I still don't have a day reporting center. I'm still going through a lease with a bunch of different buildings. The board's aware of several buildings that have burned down in the last year that we potentially could have occupied.
Do you want Building 35 back?
Yes.
We're moving, I'm not sure when you walked in, we're moving cannabis to Willits.
Building 35 has my old evidence room in it, and it would save the department a lot of...
Congratulations.
This has been a good meeting.
If I might, it's Building 26. Building 26. 35 is for the EOC. I know we talk in building numbers. I apologize. But building, it's not that you care. It's one adjacent to your current
You're going to be right
location.
next to the EOC.
Makes sense.
Supervisor Hascheck?
Well, I'm glad that we got that worked out. Okay. So
I'll come more often.
You're on a roll. What other direction do you have?
Well, the other one is this planning and building and public health in Fort Bragg. And I guess a decision needs to be made, or some kind of direction needs to be given. So while we're dealing with these issues, let's go for it.
Through the chair again, Janelle Rao, General Services Agency Director. Again, you're looking at a building that's not meeting the needs for either operation, not public health nor planning and building, but more particularly with the board's direction to staff up planning and building, they have no space available to them in Fort Bragg. It is inadequate, and if this gets into the history, so Supervisor McGorty gave some reference to action of a previous board, I believe it was in 2010, 2011, to consolidate. Part of those consolidation efforts, I don't know if you recall, we once occupied the Affinito building. The Affinito building, which is now sitting still vacant, we moved and relocated all of the services that once there into county-owned facilities. At that time, it was agreed that public health and the WIC and nursing services that were public health once located in the Affinito building would reside in that First Street building temporarily. So that was temporarily how many years ago? So that temporary solution just became a permanent solution. So it was never intended to be a long-term relationship between those parties. So I would offer that as some information, but most definitely planning and building would, they have hiring issues now with space because they have no vacant position or vacant spots to put them. We were able to work out some interim solutions between the public health director and the CEO and other operating departments to relocate a few staff into the Avila Center, but that was just a Band-Aid.
Supervisor McGorty.
So the space we have right now, is that ours or is it rented?
It's county owned.
Okay, so would it make sense for us maybe to look at finding new space and doing a real estate swap or something so that we could?
I think that there are opportunities to co-locate public health operations within the Fort Bragg community. We may be a co-location with perhaps Adventist Health. There are many opportunities there that we could look at. The Avila Center, based on the preliminary reports, may or may not have adequate space. I definitely think that there's opportunity to look and consider those options, but I do believe you have the ability to find adequate space for the public health and nursing operations, and then give planning and building the entire building, which would be adequate for their needs.
McGorty.
Yeah, so who's in the Avila Center these days? In the olden days, we used to have an AG UC Cooperative Extension office there that we shared with probation.
In Avila Center, you have social services, behavioral health. I don't believe there's public health. And who am I missing? There's some public health there. It's one of those buildings where I've visited and tried to tour every county building over the last 12 months, and in walking through them, there's not a lot of actual bodies there, and I know that there's many different situations and circumstances they can be out in the field, and I do know that that's a real operational discussion, not necessarily something me as a GSA director could say, well, there's space and it could fit them. Whether it's viable or not, that would be a discussion you would need to have between your CEO and your operating departments. But I do believe that there's opportunity in other areas to find space for public health that would be adequate.
So planning and building, I think it's great if they could have that whole space, but that building needs some serious work. I'm not convinced that we would let a private business operate in that space because it doesn't meet code, and here government is operating. And I went over there with CEO and toured it. I won't even mention some of what I found out of concern for public funds. So it would be great if we could free it all up, but part of the plan has to be fixing that building up. And it's hard to hire planners. You can see 5 or 6 years we haven't been able to hire a chief planner. You know, if you hire somebody from out of area, they're going to get one look at that and probably bail the first week. It's that bad. So this place is like a palace. How can that be part of the plan? Because we've got to attack the staffing. It's not just wages. It's, mountains and mountains of paper records in places they shouldn't be. CEO Antle?
Through the chair, yes. We have already began a scanning and document retention work for that, for planning and building services. So that is in process. IT's engaged, planning and building, and risk as well.
And then if I might, to clarify, Janelle Rao, General Services Agency Director, as mentioned in the report, the next phase of this study is a facility condition analysis. I hate to point out that that building isn't actually the worst building in our owned portfolio. And I see our architect who's been touring them shaking, he's agreeing with me. We will be bringing forward, as a standard part of the government process, we have the obligation per the general plan to have a 5-year CIP. The last 5-year CIP was adopted in 2017. We will be bringing you forward a new CIP as soon as we gather this information. Your facility condition analysis will identify those areas that are in dire need of not just repair and renovation, but some of them a complete do-over. You have space that the First Street building is a perfect example. That was a medical facility. County purchased it and did no renovation. So it is in the exact condition. Less a few things, maybe sidewalk repair and that. With 25 years of deferred maintenance, you're sitting in a position where you're going to have to make some prioritization on funding. We're working on that. We're coming in with a cost of ownership model for the board. But if this board gives us direction and a funding source to look at that First Street building, we would most certainly pursue it.
Supervisor Haschek, do you want to give that direction? Jordy?
Yeah, I would support moving public health to
I agree with the direction.
We all agree? Yeah, direction given.
Yeah.
What else do you have?
Nothing right now, but I really appreciate this conversation. We've been waiting for a long time for this report, and a lot of things have been put on hold. And I think that it's good information. It's really what we wanted, and we're going to move forward with some changes.
What about human resources?
Human resources they swing the most between allocated positions and working from home. So if you look at their numbers just for allocated positions, if they were all filled, like for instance, they don't have a department head, right? If that was filled plus a bunch of others, they would need a lot more space. And they actually could use more space just with what they've got for programs they want to run. But they also have quite a few people that work at home. And they were one of the departments that were very agreeable to the idea of some touchdown space for some people. So I think that one would be one that we would want to look at a little closer. And really this whole building, you could shuffle walls around to kind of make everybody have the right amount of space, but that's a lot of remodeling, a lot of other costs. So it's just something you want to look at. Is there easy solutions? I think HR used to be across the hall for a little bit too, right? So.
Do we have any public comment? Public comment online, click raise hand or *9 on the phone. No public comment.
If I might, the only other, General Services Agency Director, the only other clarity or direction I would ask for is to pursue the locating clinical and vaccination services on a county-owned facility, which we've identified as a viable option at Public Health.
Supervisor Haschek?
Yeah, I was going to bring that up. And so you have identified the location, or where are we with that?
previously, the on-site clinical provision was at the public health building. If you've been through there, there's a center entry point of the building. That's typically that is previously where the on-site clinical services were provided. Currently, right now, behavioral health staff are occupied in there. We would need to be working with behavioral health and public health on relocating that staff, and then working with CEO Antle on what would need to occur in order to make that a public location for on-site clinic.
Supervisor McGordy?
So how much space are you talking about for that?
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Sure. How much space were you talking about for that clinic?
You know, I know that there has been some research done on this through Human Resources and the CEO's office. I'm not sure. Miss Antle could probably speak to this better than I, given her history in medical care.
Depending on the size and what you would want to do, you could go 1,500 to 2,000 square feet. It would be similar to what they used prior. In that facility. We would just need to relocate those folks that have moved into those prior exam rooms into the back portion of public health.
Sounds operational. Is it really a board decision?
Deciding to do a full-on clinic will be, and I will bring that proposal forward, but putting back vaccine clinics that they're doing, for public health purposes, I think we can do that. Right, but to put in a health clinic for our employees, that would come back to this board.
So do you need direction? Director Rowell asked for direction. It seemed to me the CEO could just utilize the space, right? It's public health.
I will. Thank you.
Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, earlier you talked about the elections periodically needing additional space. And I believe in the past that they've, at least during election days, they've had conference room A. Are there ways of essentially temporarily allocating conference room A or B to elections just to accommodate them as they have this staffing surge?
Through the chair, Janelle Rao, General Services Agency Director, I don't believe that there's any issues with that. I do know that they have that need. They've always been accommodated. And if in fact those spaces aren't adequate, we've identified and work with the department and your elected official on other potential locations, such as your veterans halls or any such locations. But most definitely, I do believe that that's still an ongoing solution.
I guess I interpreted the comment that they had a need that was seasonal in election cycles, that it wasn't so much a polling location, it was a workspace.
Darcy Antle, CEO. I believe you're correct. I believe it's when they're counting and preparing ballots pre and post elections that she probably needs more space. We would want to talk to Katrina exactly on what her requirements are. I know some of that has to be monitored. It has to be certain access coming in at that time. So I think we can work with Katrina to see what other space may be an option for her.
Supervisor Haschek.
Yeah, in reading your report, I was noticing about the Behavioral Health Training Center, and that the usage is like twice a month at this point. And my understanding is that the cost of maintaining that facility is something around $80,000 a year. So are there thoughts about how we can, I understand that, we're going to market it more, all that, but are there thoughts about what else could be located in that area? I mean, there's a little, what was supposed to be a substation there on that property. So I'm just trying to figure out how we can utilize that facility better.
Janelle, General Services Agency Director. We have talked through that. I don't know that the use is even to that extent. I don't believe that it's utilized very frequently. That being said, there are likely opportunities that you could use it for other purposes. The issue that I believe they're having is with recouping the expenses that it costs to operate it. And you're right, there are static expenses for every county-owned building. There are services that you pay for. You pay for trash whether you're there or not. You're paying for internet connectivity. So there are certain operational expenses regardless of whether you have any staff actually physically located there. The intended use of that building when purchased with Measure B funds was for a training center. If this board gave us direction to pursue other options, we could most definitely work with your behavioral health director and come up with some recommendations for the board.
But the expense, the $80,000 or so, that's being paid out of Measure B forever, right?
Well, we are working with them on the cost of ownership model of their buildings, and which we will be returning. And I've told this board, numerous times, we'll be coming in with a true cost of ownership for all of our county buildings. But yes, we have reported to them that for the life of the building, there's a cost, not just necessarily the life of Measure B funds.
Unfortunately, the they is the people.
I do.
John, did you have an idea what we should do with that building? I'm regretful. It's a regretful move if we're talking about almost $1,700 per use.
Yeah, no, I don't know what we can, certainly we need to utilize it more. And I think it's a great facility. Lots of people could benefit. The location is really good. So I don't know what we could do with it, but I think that we need to have all hands on deck, this is available, let's use it, and I think twice a month is, it's not sustainable.
Couldn't we have just held trainings in the Willits Justice Center? Looks like we have a lot of excess space.
If I might, I just want to circle back before we move on to the district attorney and ensure that I have direction or support to move forward with the feasibility of looking at the child support services building and doing some analysis on that building purchase as well. I just want to.
Yeah, I would give that direction, and I hope the board would too. And I certainly hope that the DA is included in these conversations.
Yeah, I would remind you that he's the highest ranking law enforcement officer in the county, and I certainly wouldn't want to make this move without his agreement, but I do support it. Looks unanimous.
With that.
Supervisor Mulhern.
I am trying to be as enthused as my colleagues as the report. When should we expect the next portion?
The facility condition analysis. Let me turn it over to the staff. I don't know what percentage completion we are at. As evidenced with this report, it took us longer than we thought, and it took us longer for a lot of reasons, and not to make excuses for time. So I don't want to oversell and underdeliver. So I'll turn that over to staff here to see if they can give you a good estimate on time.
This is Doug Anderson, Assistant Facility Manager. The work is nearly complete on the architectural side. I think they need a few more weeks to complete their assessment of the remaining sites. So I would think within 60 days we could be back here with a report.
Supervisor Mulhern, would you be willing to, I think you said that you've told people to wait for the facilities use report before we make other decisions. Is that, no? No, I was just curious, are there any other decisions that might still be pending with this report? Okay. Are we done?
I believe
the final direction is to accept the report.
Thank you.
All right. Report accepted. Thank you. 4F, CEO's report.
I can submit as written, but we do have to go back to a prior item that you had asked for.
Your choice.
Submit as written,
Okay.
and then we.
Are we ready to go back to the health plan report, CEO Antle?
Yes, Atlas, we would need Sherry Johnson, Deputy CEO, and Acting Deputy CEO, Sarah Pierce. And perhaps Tim Holman, Acting Deputy. No Sarah, no Tim? Oh, you got Sherry, okay.
Sarah Pierce, acting Deputy CEO, I am on.
All right, this is back to item 4A tabled earlier. We're hoping to get a report of the health plan deficit.
Good afternoon, Board. Supervisor CEO Antle, Sarah Pierce, acting Deputy CEO. I'll go ahead and share my screen right now. We were able to meet with the auditor controller to identify what report can be used to project the fund balance deficit, the health fund deficit. So hold on one moment. You see the PDF?
Yeah, if possible, maybe you could zoom a little. We can see it.
So what we were able to identify with the auditor controller is there is an account summary trial balance report. And this is as of the end of June 2022, but it is still preliminary as the year-end audit entries have not been entered. So what we have identified is if we add up the retained earnings, the revenue and expenditure, we should get an idea of where the health plan fund balance should end. So down below, we've recapped, here's the retained earnings, which is a deficit, the projected 21-22 projected revenues, 21-22 projected expenses. We've also added in, which is not shown here, what the budgeted deficit was for the health plan for fiscal year 22-23, and then have offset the allocated ARPA funding that was allocated on June 21st at budget hearings to come up with a total projected deficit as of the end of fiscal year 22-23 of 5.6 million, almost 5.7 million.
Not seeing any other hands, I will ask a question. If we hadn't contributed 4.6 from ARPA, where would we be? Would it be about 10.2 million deficit?
That's correct.
So that's really notable that we've generated a $10 million deficit in our self-funded health plan. And do we think that trend will continue at the current rate?
I will defer to Deputy CEO Sherry Johnson or Trustee Antle.
Yeah, Deputy CEO Sherry Johnson. In the current status that we are seeing, the claims come in and the high costs of healthcare, I would say yes, that it seems to be trending in this direction.
So, and that was over what period of time that the deficit was created?
Acting Deputy CEO Sarah Pierce, over the last about 2.5 years. Sherry, if you want to.
Yeah, sorry, Deputy CEO Sherry Johnson, that is correct. Now, please note that the 4.5 million is for the 22-23 budgeted deficit. So that's for the current fiscal year that we're in right now. That's what we budgeted for projections.
Supervisor McCourty.
So how does something like that happen with nobody noticing? I mean, I'm having a hard time getting my head around this because, I mean, you must be getting bills fairly frequently about expenditures of the healthcare plan. How does this go on and on with it turning into a situation where it's a disaster?
Darcy Antle, CEO. There has been a period of time where prior boards did not increase premiums to the employee or to the county, and that reduced any reserve that we have. Also, there was 2 years of the health holiday. Sherry, you'll have to confirm those years for me, but that took away from any reserve that we had. And about that time, as revenues are going down, we were burning up our reserve, but not building our premiums and continuing to carry the cost of health care. And health care has gone up enormously, particularly in the last 3 years during COVID.
What is kind of your standard procedure for tracking expenses in the healthcare plan? Does somebody look at it monthly, or do they wait quarterly, annually? What happens? Because I mean, that's extraordinary.
Deputy CEO Sherry Johnson, we do monitor it monthly, and we were aware of the $3.6 million deficit at the end of 21-22. So that information had been brought forward. It was the information that we had received with the actuarial received when we were budgeting for the next fiscal year, when we had received the $1.1 million as the deficit. So that's why we needed the clarification of the $2.5 million in the INBR.
Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, so I'm very concerned about the cost of having this independent plan, and I hope that the proposal to contract with a pooled plan of other public agencies comes back to our agenda as soon as possible.
Supervisor Haschek.
So just to be really clear on all of this, so with the deficit was from the 2021 fiscal year, and that was the 1.1 plus the 2.5 million, so is the 3.6. And then for 21-22, it looks like we have a $2.1 million deficit. And then for 22-23, it's a 4.5 kind of projected deficit. And that's how we got 10.2 overall. And we're paying it off with the 4.6 million from the ARPA. And so I guess, that's the basics of the numbers, right? And so, with this information that was not being available to the CEO's office or the auditor, now it sounds like we have a way of tracking this, and that the communication is better between the auditor's office and the CEO's office. And so the board can keep more informed because we know where to find these numbers. Is that true?
Yes, go ahead, Sarah.
Sarah Pierce, Acting Deputy CEO. Yes, that is correct. We can run this report, and it is at a point in time, but only some of these numbers are only updated once a year. So it will still need to be worked out closely with the Auditor Controller's Office during year end to fully understand where we're at.
But so these are the numbers for our self-insured health plan. But if we went to another plan, the prison plan, then we would have a clearer idea where we are at all times.
This is Sarah Pierce, Acting Deputy CEO. Yes, for the revenue and expenses, we will. Some of these other items, such as the accounts receivable, the accrued payroll, and this cash and bank, we may need to work with the Auditor Controller's Office to understand if they change.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Supervisor McGordy.
Well, I totally support moving away from self-insured plans. I was on the board at Ukiah Unified when we did the same thing because, again, we couldn't control costs. And all it takes is 5 very sick people, and suddenly we'd burn through $10 million without too much trouble. So I fully support us moving to something that is, more predictable for us. And I also think we need to update more than once a year. We need to be tracking this on a monthly basis practically so that we don't get bad surprises like this because, it affects everything we do. We're trying to negotiate a COLA. If we don't know what we owe, how are we supposed to do that? I mean, we've had that discussion today, and this just reinforces it. And I think part of it is finding an effective way to know where we stand at all times, as much as possible. And I realize some of these things are difficult because of our accrual accounting systems, but nonetheless, it's not nice to sit up here as a supervisor and discover, hey, guess what? You owe $5 million and you didn't even know about it. So that makes it very, very difficult for our entire organization, and I hope we can find ways of putting controls in place to stop that from happening in the future.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the pooled plan, healthcare plan coming back to the board as soon as possible. And I'm also hoping that we could maybe give direction for the budget ad hoc committee to meet with the executive office to look at the option, if we have an option of using any additional ARPA funds to pay down any of the additional unfunded, or I guess the debt in the healthcare plan.
Is there support?
Well, I would like to see it come back to the full board for discussion.
That's the intent, but for the ad hoc to at least look at it and discuss it with the CEO's office and the fiscal team.
Yeah, I would support that, and then bring it back to the full board for consideration. We just kind of gather the information and then have a discussion as a group.
Okay, and I support it. There's a majority. Clerk, were you able to capture?
Yeah, I have to direct the budget ad hoc to work with the EO fiscal team to look at the option of using any available ARPA funds to pay down additional debt in the healthcare plan and return back to the full board with information.
Yep, that works. So I have a few questions. It looks like we're running about $4 million per year average deficit on the health plan. So that $10.2 million, it's not like a credit card where we owe it. We've already paid it. What did we pay it out of for it to be a deficit? What $10.2 million did we use to pay for the expenses that we're showing as a negative 10.2?
This is Acting Deputy CEO Sarah Pierce. I believe we would need to have the auditor controller on to confirm.
Is she available? I would think we would be short 10.2 somewhere else. Supervisor Haschak, do you have the answer?
It seems like we're paying 4.6 from the ARPA money.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
So the remaining 5.6. Where did we take that from? There should be another account that's low 5.6 because we borrowed funds to pay health insurance claims. CEO Antle?
Acting Deputy CEO Sarah Pierce is correct. We would want confirmation from Auditor Controller Ms. Covison, but my understanding is that was borrowed from the Treasury and that the health plan is paying interest against that, that balance.
So I don't know that the board ever authorized that. What interest rate are we paying? Is that what we mean to do? And I hear some voices say we don't have a financial problem, our county finances are healthy. If that's the case, I would like to pay off that deficit, that $5.6 million. Let's pay it off with general fund right away if we have the revenue. Do we have the revenue?
Darcy Antle, CEO. Sarah, do you have the interest rate?
Acting Deputy CEO Sarah Pierce. One moment, I'm looking it up.
Supervisor Jurdy, do you have a clarifying question?
Yeah. So hypothetically, if $5 million of the $10 million healthcare deficit is attributable to employees who are funded principally with state and federal dollars, and we've tossed out the figure 90%, 95% state and federal dollars, would there be a way of going back to those grant programs and those state programs and try to refund, pay off that debt using state and federal funds?
Darcy Antle, CEO, through the chair, if I may, Tim Hallman clicked in, and I believe Tim has had the conversation with social services, fiscal, and I believe to go back retro is not an option.
CEO Antle, could you clarify, if we would have billed at the time, would we have collected it?
I believe that's correct.
So we gave the state free health insurance for their program because we didn't have regular reporting to catch the increase. Accurate?
I can't deny that.
Supervisor Haschak.
So if we have this debt that's out there, the 5.6 million, and we borrowed it from the treasurer's office, we didn't approve it. Did we have to approve it?
County Council?
I don't know that I could answer that off the top of my head. There are some provisions that allow auditors in certain cases to essentially borrow from one fund for another. Some of those may require board authorization. Some of them might be authorized by statute. I would have to review and look more closely.
Year after year, or just on a short-term basis?
I believe typically on a short-term basis.
So we're talking about year after year. This is 2.5 years in. Can we direct County Council to tell us whether this was proper at a future meeting?
I support that.
Looks like support. And then Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to having the PRISM healthcare discussion. And I do think that I would like for the fiscal team to put together an attachment to the agenda item that explains where we are now with our current plan, where we might end up in some of this history. I think it should be attached to the agenda item because it's important for the board to consider as they're talking about possibly moving in a different direction.
I support that. John?
So with this debt, and we're paying interest on it, do we know what interest we're paying?
That's, I believe, yeah, Sarah's got her hand up. Sarah Pierce, acting.
Sarah Pierce, acting deputy CEO. So the interest rate on the last quarter that was charged was 1.27%, which has totaled about $41,000 for the fiscal year 21-22.
And who is that money borrowed from? Like we hear the treasurer's office, but like where's it coming from? We're all the county.
Yeah, again, that would be a question for Auditor Controller Shamise Cubisons, but there is a treasury that the treasurer tax collector position manages that when all the funds come in for property tax or schools and those things go into this, I'll call it account, the treasury, and then that is managed by the treasurer tax collector and the auditor controller.
Yeah, that's the pool of money, right?
CEO Antle, I have just a few more questions. Does former auditor Lloyd Weir still work for the county in any manner? Extra help?
I believe so, as extra help.
Could the board,
Yes.
given that he works for us and a lot of these were his decisions, would it be possible to invite him into our meeting so that we could ask what happened with the healthcare plan? How funds were transferred, was approval required, was it given, so forth?
Mr. Chair, are you asking about right now?
Well, no, maybe at a future meeting, next meeting.
Yeah, and I would say you have the ability, even if someone is not an employee, to both to invite them and frankly, even to subpoena.
I think it would be helpful to invite former auditor Lloyd Weir to get to the bottom of what transpired to get us to this position. Maybe it'll help us get out of this position. I didn't get an answer to, can we pay off this deficit with our general fund today? Right, we want to finance capital projects that have a long life. This is a health plan that's already been provided to our employees. It's an operating expense. Shouldn't we pay it off with general fund?
Darcy Antle, CEO, in order to be able to do that, you would want to know what your carry forward is from prior year, if there's any increase in revenues, and or you could use your general fund reserve, but I think you have to do that at time of budget. And so that would be in June.
Mr. Chair, just per the budget statutes, you need to either, for a general reserve, it either has to be used for an emergency during a declared state of emergency for the purposes related to that emergency, or it would have to be done during the budget cycle in June.
If we don't have adequate revenue in, say, in the carry forward to pay off our healthcare deficit, how do we have healthy finances? Aren't we spending more than we're bringing in? Without a COLA, without any other spending, just where we're at today, are we spending more or accruing more expenses than we have revenue?
Darcy Antle, CEO, yes, we have a structural imbalance in our budget, as mentioned prior, and we're trying to work through those issues
And then
with this board.
my last question, are there any other instances where we have this fact pattern playing out? We've learned about the health care deficit. It was a surprise to me. I think it was a surprise to the whole board. Will we be surprised by any other accumulating deficits?
As you saw earlier today, I think you realized that we were alarmed by the disaster recovery. I do believe that money is coming in, and I know we got another notice today that more money would be coming in, but that is a great concern for us, where the disaster recovery account is at this time and the delays from FEMA on our financials, yes.
And did we borrow that money, say from the Treasury, paying interest while we're waiting for FEMA to potentially reimburse us?
Sarah, can you tell me if we're paying interest on the DR account, why this, over this last year?
Acting Deputy CEO Sarah Pierce, it is the same. We are borrowing money, but we are not being charged interest due to the way that the Disaster Recovery Fund is set up and the intentions of the Disaster Recovery Fund.
Thank you, CEO Antle. And I want to recognize we do performance reviews in private, but in public, I don't usually get a chance to talk about how great it's been to work with you. I feel like you're really pulling the Band-Aids off, getting to the heart of the matter. And although it's a huge mess, I think this county is making substantial progress. So I thank you.
Well, Mr. Chair, I'll echo that and also add on to it. I think this board is prepared to face some unpleasant things that maybe previous boards didn't want to do. So I think that in totality, we'd like to leave Mendocino County in good condition financially when our terms are up.
Given that there was new information, I want to make sure we've gone to public comment again. Is there any public comment in the room? Public comment online, raise hand or *9. On Zoom, we have Ann Mulgard, Director Mulgard.
Hi, good afternoon. I was actually just leaving my hand up. I'm sorry, I was calling about the space study, but you've passed that now for quite some time.
I hope you're happy with the changes.
Yeah, I would point out that that when we talk about public health, that includes environmental health. So when you talk about moving public health out of First Street, it's beneficial to the consumer if we leave the environmental health section of public health with planning and building. So that would still move out 8 or 10 people if we just moved nursing, communicable disease, COVID, and WIC. So that would still likely give you enough room, but I just wanted to make sure that people understood that.
We appreciate that, and I see CEO Antle's nodding her head.
Okay, good. And although I've been told by General Services that it doesn't count for anything anymore, I did want you to know that the First Street building was purchased with public health dollars. We have the deed, a copy. So anyway, just wanted to mention that because it would be a shame to not pay rent here, but then have to pay rent at the new location.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes public comment. Any further from the board, or can we move on? Looks like we can move on. 4G, there's no ledge platform today. 4H, Supervisors Reports. Supervisor Haschek?
Nothing today.
Not seeing any others. We're to Supervisor Mulhern.
My report was submitted in writing. Thank you very much.
Meeting adjourned.